Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no! Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages:
Knockout.
Pond Rush and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Hua Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Toda, Vamos Esports.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam,
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je. Jenis power dalam kandang ni. Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Toda, Vamos Esport. Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, category, Alpine, category, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over
knocks him out. Jack still standing, 24 eliminations, and Onyx Olympus says we are here to back the big one. What a booyah!
welcome to day 4 of knockouts here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. AJ and I completely caught off guard because we had so much fun with our opening sequence.
Yep.
Look, if Wasana is not at the top, you know it's not a legit Free Fire tournament.
Well, Wasana was somewhere around the top. He got outperformed in week number 1. Obviously, the guy thought he was going to be the predator, right? But of course, there were some twisted minds out there on the battlefield. Saming stole that away, 40 eliminations, starting off week 1 with a bang. But of course, that's not enough. We want to see more from them, and I think we get exactly what we wish for, right? Because usually in the beginning formats of Garena Free Fire, we had groups A and B always taking on each other on the first day of the week. We've switched things up. Today is going to be B versus C.
And yes, I do love having a bit of a change up because, you know, it's something different for us, but it also forces the teams to be a little bit more strategic with their preparations, right? Because following the old format, you knew who was playing in what order, so some groups kind of had an advantage being able to watch some of those other groups play first, but now mixing things up a little bit, I love that they're trying to even the playing ground for all of our competitors, and the fact that knockouts, they are the most important stage in the tournament, I believe, because effectively, if you get knocked out at knockouts, that is it for you.
Yes, ma'am. The last we checked, that is exactly what it is for you.
Exactly.
If you get knocked out within the knockout stages, then there is no final week for you. But of course,
Thanks,
since it is
AJ.
so difficult, we have dragged it on for quite a little bit already, right? We've got it split over 6 weeks, a total of 18 days to play in the knockout stages. This is why it is so difficult, because the pie is huge, and the biggest slice of the pie equals $100,000 US.
And that's what everyone is aiming for here. So obviously, first things first, these teams in groups B and C, you've got to figure out this week how to get your points in. And thankfully, it's week 2. So these teams, they have already played against each other last week. They have a bit of a feel of how these groups are going, but how much have they sort of learnt from that previous play week? Have they managed to pick up some of the flight paths from their opponents? Are they maybe going to be able to dodge certain maneuvers? Because we know for a fact in Free Fire, some of the top teams, they have a tendency to drop in particular places. And if you can kind of dodge those, you're at a pretty big advantage over the competition that hasn't really done that research.
Absolutely. And of course, once again, today in participation, it is going to be groups B and C. You've got Falcon, Expand, Toda, GOW, RRQ, Hua, as well as EVOS, Onyx, WAG, Twisted Minds, Heavy, and Bigetron Delta. Interestingly, 4 of the Indonesian squads will be hopping on in, but obviously only one will be able to prove themselves as the dominators, or finally Indonesia can give me exactly what I'm expecting, a all-out day for the nation. RRQ obviously outdid their own brothers within week 1, managing to scrap their way all the way up to the 4th spot. But we were pretty surprised as well, Danley, as to how Bigetron Delta stole the spotlight from them quite a number of times.
Okay, so here's the thing. Even though this might seem like a surprise, it was week 1. And we have seen time and time again in previous tournaments that there are some standout teams in week 1. Sometimes that even bleeds over into week number 2. But is this team going to continue to fly high, or is it the week 1 curse, as I like to call it? A team that does incredibly well, but they start to play a little bit too predictable, they don't adapt, and they start getting picked off by some of these other teams that are looking into how this team plays and what brought them so much success during that week 1. So, you know, as great as Bigetron is, I think today in particular, this will be a really great test to see, are they also adapting, even though they had that high level of success last week?
On the highlights, we did take a look as to how they managed some of the situations around them, and they did manage to walk away quite a number of times from some battles with the big boys, right? For example, the engagement very early on, of course, albeit against Falcons, they were able to not only shut them down, but continuously farm quite a number of points. That being said, though, they are still a mid-card team on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, so still quite a bit of hustling for them to do. Granted, this is their very first time on a stage like this.
very first time on the stage. And honestly, if they can keep things up, I am so down to support a new team from Indonesia. I truly feel this region is so close to being at the top of the world. There's just a few things they kind of need to fix. I think in particular, the one thing that we love about certain teams, consistency. If they can consistently perform at a high level, maybe Bigatron Alpha could be the team to carry Indonesia through Worlds.
Well, Y Esports, one of the consistent teams from week 1. They did much better, of course, on their first day of play in comparison to their second. But even through all of that, they're currently in the top 12 teams for sure. In fact, they are holding on to the 6th spot with a total of 170 points. And that's not too bad for a team that was down in the dumps in the previous season, right? We barely even saw them. We thought that, the whole nation of Vietnam was going to be represented by a brand new team, and that was going to, of course, be PE Sports, who put up great fights against teams like Falcon.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I think the question everyone kind of has now for PE Sports is, what really happened? Right? Like it's not a nice question, but I am genuinely curious to know what kind of happened in that space and time frame from the Esports World Cup till now, because we saw that team play incredibly well on the world stage, and it was a LAN environment. It's not that much different to what we have right now. So PE Sports, is it a case of the team just being a little bit slow to start? Are they maybe not favoring their groups, right? But of course, that answer hopefully is going to come to us very soon. But for our map for today, we're going to kick things off here with Bermuda, followed by Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and of course, finally, we finish things off today with our random maps. So, Bermuda, the map we all know and love. From what we have in terms of data, AJ, who are the big teams to look out for Bermuda? Because we all know these teams can play Bermuda. We've all played Bermuda. But who are the biggest dogs in Groups B and C?
Thus far, we've got 4 Bermuda Booyahs picked up. 2 out of the 4 is from Group B. We are looking at GOW as well as Falcon. But, honestly, GOW has not been able to be super consistent in all of their matches, so perhaps we can, of course, bet on Falcons flying into this game very, very hot, because we expected them to really pop off on week 1. We didn't really find that with the squad, so perhaps this is week of recovery for the team.
Yeah, and we also have our top teams on the map as well. So AG Global, Falcons, God of Wolf. Truly, if God of Wolf can continue to dominate this map, if they can grab the Booyah here, I feel like this is going to solidify their position on the leaderboard, because this team can be so hot and cold. And at the same time, when they're cold, they're very cold on some of those other maps. But if you can maintain that high level of play on Bermuda, this team could creep on through. But I really would like to see them polish up their other maps, because if you're relying so much on making it through a knockout stage by crushing one of the maps and then just sort of dragging your heels across the finish line, you kind of want to have a bit of more stable game plan rather than just sort of playing on that Bermuda map. Because, of course, everyone can play Bermuda. It's not like such a specialized map like Kalahari, where things like the map plays vastly differently compared to everything else that is available for Free Fire. And so, God of Wolf, if they have a plan, pull it out now. Do not slack off on your games. Do not slack off.
Yeah, totally agreed, right? And of course, the stars that we have to look out for as well. We just had a comparison between the 3 nations, and one key player from Indonesia is, of course, Abe from RRQ. He was looking for the top Predator spot, 35 eliminations in week 1, just falling short of 5 eliminations, catching up with Saming. You know for a fact that on the hot weeks, this guy can definitely pick up way more than 40. So for sure, perhaps that could just be this week, right? Because at the end of the day, we are looking at the Indonesian teams really making that long shot to qualify, because the grand finals itself is going to be in Indonesia.
Yeah, so home ground buff, hopefully. Although then again, maybe it's not really a buff, because we kind of have seen Booyahs being taken off of the home ground team before, so maybe it's not a good thing. We're not quite sure. We'll find out very shortly as we do head on over to Bermuda for game number 1 here, AJ.
Absolutely. Into game number 1 we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at Bermuda. As we fly in, fingers crossed, we see Team Falcons waking up, right? Because last week, Group B taking on Group C, it was Falcons themselves not only grabbing the booyah, but also setting one of the records, 32 points picked up on this map when we opened up the day. So perhaps that can indicate roughly how today would go. If it gets flipped on the head, then perhaps we've got different reasons to get excited.
Exactly. Now, just having a look at the flight path for these teams, it's going to be directly left to right. And so far, we're not going to be seeing any direct competition for these drop zones. A couple of pickoffs here and there, just a couple of players spotting each other out. But aside from that, no major engagements for these teams. It looks like everyone's just kind of wanting to play safe for map number 1 here.
And let's see if or not Bigatron Delta will get super aggressive here, as they have managed to scan out the team of Falcons early on with their Arvon. They did manage to spot out one player, but surprising ambush coming through from the Indonesian squad. They didn't do too bad the last time round. They went up against Falcons. They managed to drop them on that hot drop. But this time round, Ekal pinned down to the ground. Dix will be able to find a turnaround here with the backup that he has from Koja, as well as On Fire gets down once again. Your EWC champions getting thwarted by Bigatron Delta, not just last week, but this week as well. This is the kind of consistency we love to see.
And Falcons are going to have to address that, because if they keep letting Bigatron jump them... Oh, no, not one more! They're about to find one more.
Yep, they are going in here for the hunt, but the revives did come through. One more will get tagged up, but the man has already done what he needs to do. Bring 2 players right back in here. One more goes down. Falcons may just be looking for revenge, but knowing them, they'll only be sweeping in for that final circle. The team knows better than to instantly hop on back into Katulistiwa. Or I could just get this all wrong and we could go for round 2 shortly.
We could, but oh my gosh, Bigatron, the fact that they're starting so strong, you know, this has given me a lot more hope to know that this is not a one-trick team that is only going to be there for week number 1. It looks like they are bringing their A game here for week number 2, day number 4 of that competition. Just a quick update as well for anyone that did not catch that. We already have our first eliminated team from the map as well. It was Hua Esports. They were the first team to be completely eliminated on Bermuda.
How unfortunate for Hua Esports. I guess the Lady Luck is just not smiling at them for the start of this game. Granted, this is not their best map. Last week, opening match, they did fall. 8 eliminations and nothing for placements. Oh, double Riptide Rhythm from one more.
Jeez.
The aggression from this man, looking desperately for the points as they all just got revived. But good play coming through from Falcons as well, right? You know they're rich enough to go on that instant full squad revival and find their recovery. They look like nothing happened. Look at Kosku walking around with 1,300 coins in his pocket.
Look, let the man cook, okay? They had a horrible start. But actually, on the other side of the map, though, we have God of Wolf trying to take down Todak here. And so far, it looks like God of Wolf not looking too happy, because the team is now reeling, being pushed by Todak.
And traps, MP5 in handy, and beautiful 2v1 as Ton drops yet another 2 players down on the ground. Make that 3. 7 taken out as well, but Wings doing exactly what he does best, going on the revival spree, bringing traps right back in here before the team does get dropped, before he loses his life. And Thoda on a hard reset here. Arvon scanning out Factory first, just to make sure he doesn't get bagged by a different squad. And in the meantime, Expand bumping into the Indonesians Onyx Olympus.
Might not be too good, but they do get Gari out of the picture. So 1 player already down for Onyx, and the team is kind of split here. Onyx, they're going to be losing Kibats right now as well. And X-Ru going to have to try and heal himself up as well. Yeah, Onyx, they're kind of split here. They really don't want to fight this. If they can, they want to try and go for that dodge. But Expand going to be pretty happy picking up some of those eliminations already. Very
quick revival coming through. Gary's back, and he's not going to be hopping back in here to try his luck. Mikit spots one. Zairu, beautiful sprays now from the back. Achap is there with the Mag 10, backed up by 2 fast as well. Mag 7 finds the connection. They go in for the push. Axel with the backstab, but Zairu still stands the test of time. Stands the test of 3 guys pumping all of those bullets at him. Achap finally finds Jack, but what a sidestep by Zairu. Man still alive.
Oh no, did they find Falcons again? Bigatron, absolutely brutal. We saw on the the screen before, they were kill leaders as well, but the fact that they're now sitting on 8 eliminations just 5 minutes into the game and basically just neutering Falcons this game. If Falcons can somehow make this comeback happen, it will be a testament to how well this team plays, but the way that Bigatron is playing as well, that seems like an impossible task for this team.
Now let's see exactly what the idea here is for Team Bigatron Delta. Very aggressive early game and very surprising as well. Once again, they don't have a lot of experience on the Southeast Asian stage in this way, but they are making waves. The #1 seed out of Indonesia, and they're proving exactly why they were #1 in their own region, outdoing even RRQ in terms of aggression sometimes, although albeit RRQ is above them on the leaderboard.
For now, that might change very soon, AJ, if they continue to play like this today. We do see a elimination on the map as well, unfortunately for Jack, going to be taken out. But I am quite surprised that we haven't seen any more teams eliminated. We are 6 minutes in, we still have 11 teams. Aside from Falcons being chased relentlessly and Hua being the first team eliminated, how do we still have so many teams on the map? This is Bermuda. This is the most bloodthirsty map in all of Free Fire.
Yeah, this is called problem solving. This is exactly what happens when people listen, right? And clearly the developers know exactly what's going on. They've been tuning into the esports scene from day one, and they've been noticing some things need a little bit of adjustments, and this is exactly what you have, right? Battle Royale beauty. Such a crazy balance between aggression and capability of teams surviving until that final circle. Speaking of surviving, no twisted minds. Diamond stopping by. Can he find this for himself? A good backstep here as Diamond and the Trogon just goes in for the rush, but finds absolutely no one just yet.
Too Fast is pretty far and going to be providing support there for the team as well, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the knockouts here because so far the angle is just not looking good. Too Fast is basically all alone and his team not looking too happy, trying to play with that compound, AJ, but I just don't think there's enough cover for them to feel comfortable fighting into this.
Yeah, very smart play coming through from Too Fast, the captain, managing to beam himself away, and he managed to get that one revival, which keeps the team safe. But how far can he run? Not far at all. Exposy catches up with him. They spend one portal go, and that is gonna be money well spent to team expand. But unfortunately, their plans have been thwarted by the quick thinking mind of the captain Too Fast. Another Malaysian team being tortured as well. Wings clipped once again as Soda just cannot find a recovery for themselves just yet.
Yeah, really tough game here, not just for Falcons, but also our Malaysian teams in the grouping. But again, if they can try and get that recovery going, it will basically set them up for a much better late game. WAG, now this is a team that has been pretty quiet, aside the 3 eliminations that we have seen them pick up today. Yeah. I want to hear your thoughts, AJ. Like, how do you feel like WAG, they could be a team that actually rises higher than where they currently are on the leaderboard?
For sure. I mean, that would be the fact for each and every single team out here. This is Southeast Asia, baby. There is just no way in hell we get to predict exactly how, the teams are going to rise and fall. There's just way too many, unpredictable situations out there. Mainly because the teams are all putting in their hearts and souls into not just every single game, but every single tournament, right? They're all growing competition after competition. And WAG is just one of those teams that have had enough professional competition experience in the bag to really surprise us.
Yeah. And we do have Onyx on the screen here. Now, this team did have to go for a bit of a recovery mode as they did get picked up a number of times in this particular matchup. They were picked up 3, although unfortunately we are going to be seeing our second team eliminated. Expand getting ruined by WAG. So our first Malaysian team eliminated here from Bermuda.
Expanded, unfortunately.
Expended.
They have expanded into the universe. We see them no more. But GOW would like to see less of Team Toda 7, tagged up by that ice grenade, will have to back away from his safe haven. And the grenade finds the connection. 7! Good glue wall keeps him still standing. Backs away for the bait and switch. But yet another grenade will find the both of them. Oh my goodness, who's the bomber here? Deanne is just absolutely sharp with all of those tosses.
But unfortunately, none of them are getting the complete knock, so if they can maybe try and waste some of these grenades, maybe this could be the opening for Todak to really fight back, especially with how aggressive GOW is. But hang on a minute, AJ, look at the map. We have RRQ hot on these teams' heels.
Oh, they hear the gunshots. They see the players' heads popping up and down, and they want a piece of this action. RRQ going straight in for the swipe, but they are positioning themselves well to have the higher ground advantage up against Team GOW. GOW senses the threat that's coming ahead. The portal go beams them towards the circle, but RRQ now.
And WAG even coming into the picture as well. Okay, this could be really scary here for GOW. If they get pincered, this could really hurt their positioning, especially with how small this circle is. And have a look at the positioning so far. Bigatron, dead center, very happy. They are basically gonna camp where they want to be, but everyone else, bottom right of that circle. There's just not enough space.
Yeah, RRQ got greedy, but now they are the prey, the predators. This time round, EVOS Divine taking pot shots at them as the Indonesian brothers try to make it for the zone as well. EVOS Divine now trying to thwart the plans of RRQ, not even knowing who they're messing with. RRQ planning a counter ambush. How this one is gonna go, EVOS Divine does not want to find out. They back away slowly after slowing down RRQ, allowing the other teams to survive. Now RRQ having to run into the next zone empty-handed. Twisted Minds on the other hand, spotting out the Vietnamese squad of Heavy.
Oh, Heavy, they're going to have to try and play with this maze. And thankfully, it's actually going to be a 3 versus 3 matchup. So no team running in with a full roster. Thankfully, none of the grenades are connecting. And actually, Twisted Minds, they're going to leave this. They're going to try and move into a compound instead. Much safer play. I do agree with this. They need to play with a better positioning, especially with where the circle is starting to head.
Absolutely, and everybody wants that vending machine as well, right? Smart play by Twisted Minds, not going in for the full commit up against Heavy. You never know exactly who you could be tossing those grenades at, and you don't know how the situation can turn around, especially because they did see GOW running straight in towards that compound, right? So they
look
could
at
be
the
ambushed
compounds. There's
from
so
the back.
many teams on the map. Oh my gosh, AJ, God of Wolf fighting against Twisted Minds within the compound, but numbers advantage in favor of God of Wolf. This is the team, we know the numbers. They are amazing on Bermuda, and if they can continue advancing, they might shut down Twisted Minds here.
Nameless tagged up from the back ton with the Drogon, finally managing to trap Nameless and has got a backup as well. Isa with the shutdown, CQC with the AWM, and GOW just busted holes through Twisted Minds, but it's not all over for the squad just yet.
Oh, definitely not. RRQ wants to play as well, and if they can beat God of Wolf, that's going to be a big team eliminated from the map, especially considering they are considered one-hit wonders. And look at this! God of Wolf taking too much firepower, multiple players down, one already eliminated, Demon on the floor. They can't get the pickups. Their health is dropping as well. God of Wolf is out!
Yeah, absolutely pummeled GOW. WAG was there to serve up the finisher as Heavy ripped away quite a number of points off of them. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, meeting WAG as they try to back away from all of that chaos, getting 2 points for themselves. Having Zyru dropped out there on the ground, though. Can they go in for the save? Answer is absolutely no. Boy gets expended. Vending machine a tad bit too far, and Onyx Olympus will not get the revival.
They won't get the revival, and they're now down to 2 players. It's all up to Jack and Kibase, and this is not where they want to be. They're out in the open! They got caught! Blown to bits, and that's going to be Onyx hopes and dreams gone for this game. I mean, Jack, he survived for a little bit longer. Can he get a headshot in? He can't. Onyx, 8th place.
Expo actually running out of the circle to go in for the save on his friend. We'll catch up with him a little bit later on to see if or not that was a success. RRQ being gate kept still by EVOS Divine. G'day cooking up that grenade, tossing it straight up towards Maal and Razor, who managed to back away, clipping Razor at his heel. But EVOS Divine not suffering too much of damage themselves. Just 1 player sacrificed in all of that scuffle, and they've got a decent spot defensively, but they have to expand quite a number of blue walls here.
Yeah, it's very costly for them, but I do like that they're trying to give themselves a little bit of space, because RRQ with the natural cover, it allows them to save their macro play. But oh, look at this though, Bigatron wanting to fight into Falcons again. If Falcons can win this fight, this would be such a great revenge story for this team, especially with how things went in the early game.
Beautiful jump on that grenade, bouncing off of 2 glue walls, totally
Koski's
missing the
down.
players of Falcon, but the bullets do not miss. One more now, the final player, glue wall erected, but Bigatron Delta says no,
Bigatron.
yet again, proving time and time again that they're just better than Falcons at the gunfights, but they need to look for the next circle. 3 teams now gatekeeping Bigatron Delta.
EVOS is coming as well. They're hot on Bigatron's heels. If they can eliminate them, I think that might be the biggest team EVOS is really worried about here. And they're just going to go for it. They know they're stuck in that small area, but they need something to connect. If they can get one of the players down, they'll be perfect. But no, they have the portal go to move.
Oh, what a move coming through from Bigatron now. EVOS Divine looking for the final finisher. Hunt has been spotted out already, and this will be distraction enough to allow a little bit of survival gameplay out there for Bigatron. But where have they beamed themselves to? We'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. Heavy is out in 6th already. Bigatron coming up against their bigger brothers, RRQ. I asked for an all-out Indonesian day. We're getting exactly that. Kyung, can you survive 1v2? Make that a beautiful jump up. Ikal hopping back in to help Kyung out. Kyung still survives. Can he pick up Ikal? It will happen. 2v1 now. That pops out of the MP5. And Bigatron Delta still getting the job done. Finally taken out by their Indonesian brothers.
Oh my gosh, Mal actually getting caught as well. Oh, if only they could go a little bit further. But now, AJ, of all the teams left, it's WAG and EVOS. The fact that Alan was able to hide for so long and get 2nd place for the team.
Yep.
You know, sometimes, you know, if you can't get that booyah, get the 2nd place, get the points. WAG, they use their brains. It works out for them. But EVOS, I loved how they tried to play aggressive, but I kind of feel like for everyone else, the fact that everyone tried so hard to dodge them every time EVOS tried to fight into them, I think that worked against everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there was just so much to unload from that game, right? Fantastic stuff. And the rivalry between Bigatron Delta and Team Falcons will continue.
Legendary.
The survivability out of Falcons, absolutely admirable. And the fact of the matter is, Bigatron Delta took them on not once, but twice, but 3 times and won all 3 of those bouts, not allowing Falcons to bite back at them at all. Unfortunate for Bigatron that where they took that portal go to led them straight towards the feet of RRQ, but even in that fight, they were doing so well to keep their bond together as well as aggression out there on the battlefield. I mean, either way, this lobby belonged to the Indonesians and the best Indonesian squad amongst them all to survive that chaos, EVOS Divine, and this came through the positioning out there, especially on the final circle.
Might be Indonesia's time to shine, or at least that's what we're kind of seeing here for today. But holy moly, just game number 1 today, and the fact that we saw such a crazy end game. But at the same time, these fights weren't scrappy, right? Everything felt extremely calculated. Positioning for some of these teams was really on point. Like, I love seeing these teams week by week. You can tell there is some level of improvement and change. Now, obviously, there's one team I'm still expecting to see a little bit more change from. The team name starts with Falcons. I really think they need to figure out how to deal with Bigatron, because going against them head on, that doesn't seem to be the answer. Whether it be they change their drop zones, whether they change their pathing, something has to change, because if Bigatron is allowed to continue to do this for the rest of this week, Falcon is never going to be able to play the game that they want to play.
I'm just happy Falcons are being dismantled the way they are.
Oh, wow.
I hope they don't figure out exactly how to fix this Bigatron problem, because that's exactly what we want, right? Teams to come out absolutely bursting through the gates, having that confidence that they can take on even the champions of the Esports World Cup and survive, and not just survive, but dominate out there on the battlefield. If more teams can earn this confidence off of Falcons, I would love to see Falcons fall more often. But you know, as hard as they fall, they will just soar right back up in the future. At the end of the day, the group stage isn't really what Falcons are aiming to dominate. It's the grand finals, and they've shown it back to back in 2 different competitions that they can do exactly that.
Yep, I mean, it's the playoffs is really where it's at, right? You would have been the big prize money. You got to win those playoffs, but maybe for all we know, maybe Falcons, they're letting Bigatron fight into them. Maybe that's the plan. They're saying, okay, we're going to let them fight into us, but we're going to learn how to fight into them every single time they drop into us. Obviously, they're going to aim for those points to make it into the top cut so they can make it to playoffs, but I don't know. I kind of feel like, is that maybe the next double play for this team? They know how strong Bigatron is, but they say, it's okay, we'll just scrim with you. We'll practice how to fight into you. They got three tries already for Bermuda, so we don't know what's going to happen for the next game.
Here's the thing. Here's how poetic this whole situation is. The kill feed has been switched off, so you do not know exactly who you're engaging with out there on the battlefield. So this is absolutely random. Fate just has the storyline written for us that it is going to be the showdown between Bigatron as well as Falcons, and Falcons are just doomed to fall time and time again until, of course, they revolt. That's exactly how the storyline has been written. We will not change that, and I hope to see them fall a few more times because the rise just is so much more sweeter to watch.
Wow, this man wants his team to suffer a little bit more. Okay, absolutely. Understand, AJ.
I mean, you know, even if you do dominate the whole group stage, it means nothing. Ask Buriram, they did it the last season.
Hey, it's an ego thing, okay? It's definitely an ego thing. If you can dominate the group stage, it makes you feel good. But obviously, yeah, it's true. Dominating it doesn't really mean too much unless it's
I think they rather take the 100K. All right, nobody cares about ego.
Everyone takes the 100K.
So,
jeez.
See, we have an interview. Let's hop on over to that.
Divine, and we know this is the second week knockout stage, and yeah, EVOS Divine get booyah! Make some noise! And now I'm with one of the player in EVOS Divine, and of course, hi Ray. How are you doing today? You fine? You feel great? Okay, so what do you think about Coach Street and Manggis Kun? Because they are the new coach for EVOS Divine. Pakai mic.
Menurut aku sih Coach Street itu cuma coach bayangan aja. Ya.
Shadow coach. Are you sure? Okay, so with Coach Street and Manggis Kun, you have different strategy, gameplay, planning, or something like that?
Strategi sih main kayak biasa aja, ngikutin kayak yang di scrim, jadi kita tinggal eksekusi aja.
Okay, following as usual from a strategy EVOS Divine. So, what do you want to say to your fans, especially EVOS fans there?
Buat EVOS fans, dukung kita terus aja karena ini udah week kedua, mungkin kita bakal ngasih yang terbaik.
Okay, keep supporting us and good luck for EVOS Divine because this is the first match and we still have 5 matches after this. So, our caster, take it away.
So there we go. We had our first interview with our winner. A little scuffed, but we will get that fixed later on. But honestly, I think for EVOS, we just got to be feeling really happy for this team, you know? Great start to the day, especially for groups B and C. Is their luck going to continue for the rest of today? Because we know Indonesian teams, they are strong, but I mean, have you seen the other teams in this group as well?
Well, I'm glad that this team has gone back to their winning ways already. We've been missing them for quite a little while, right? EVOS Divine wasn't even in the top 12 at the start of the day, and they have now officially started their journey towards the top 12. I have been missing them. I mean, week 1 was quite a little bit of a pained week for the Indonesian fans. We expected expected, domination out of Indonesia, but two of their teams kind of suffered heavy blows. Indostars especially, but unfortunately we'll have to wait for tomorrow for Indostars to show up.
Yeah, it's okay. Week 1 is just the start, okay? It's not over till it's over. It was, for some teams, right? I think we've seen this in the past before. Some teams just being really slow out of the gate for these knockout tournaments. And sometimes they need 2-3 weeks to kind of wake up. And that's when you start to see them raking in points. But there is a downside to this kind of team style. Being, if you don't get enough points early on, it doesn't matter how late you peak. If you don't have enough points to make it to the top cut, it kind of doesn't matter. So if anything, you kind of need to start waking up at week 2, week 3 at most, okay? Because after you start passing week 3, well, it might be a bit too late.
Absolutely. And of course, these are our top 3 ranking predictions. Yes, we know it's a little bit boring. We have been told off that our predictions are a tad bit boring, but what do you want us to do? I mean, I will justify my predictions first, okay? These are just based on numbers. I am not a man who puts a bet on a team. I just look at the numbers and I can clearly tell you who's going to perform because of the teams that they are taking on. Hence these squads down here. But it does not mean I want them to dominate. I would wish for an underdog team to dominate.
Okay, my justification. There's for RRQ, okay, to put it simply, I've always been an RRQ fan. I love Razor. The man is hilarious whenever he's on the microphone, just so funny. But I also respect them for being in the scene and for maintaining their position in the Free Fire scene for such a long time. They're not a team that just came up for one season and then, disappeared into an oblivion. They've consistently stuck around, and they have been a mainstay and an inspiration to other Indonesian teams. So I've always been an RRQ fan. The other two, I just like how they play, okay? They're really fun to watch. Sure, Falcons kind of dropped the ball in game number 1, and Twisted Minds were a little as well, but it's just game number 1, okay? They've still got 5 more games to go today. I trust them to give me good games.
EVOS Divine's MVP rate, not a huge game for him. 3 eliminations out there on the Tatsuya, constantly rushing in to find those engagements. Didn't find too many, but as if you are EVOS Divine, it's not going to be a huge problem. As long as you're hitting the big numbers on the placements, it should be able to buffer you enough to find the top 12 by the end of the day.
Yes. So EVOS, can they keep it up? That's the one thing I want to know for this team. I hope it's not just a one-game wonder where they just explode and then they peter out. I want this to be the start of something really new. The start of maybe a new era.
This is not an explosion in any form. This is a pop at most. In fact, it's not even a pop.
Wow, sir.
They're walking in here with 6 eliminations. This is a very flat line game out of EVOS Divine. We can call it lucky. But if luck is all you need to restart, to reignite that fire within you, that, hey, we got to that final circle, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Because if aggression is just not suiting you, and clearly it didn't suit them all that too well in week 1, this is the kind of adjustments you have to make. Focus where you are guaranteed points, and that's a very smart move from the Indonesians.
Yeah. To be fair as well, right? I think that Bermuda map was just really different compared to what we typically see on Bermuda. Typically, on a game of Bermuda, you would see maybe 1, 2, 3 teams probably knocked out within the first 2 to 3 minutes. We only saw 1 team getting knocked out, and then I think the second team to get eliminated was about 6-7 minutes, which is really late for Bermuda. It was just a very slow burn. So sure, EVOS, they didn't get a lot of the eliminations. We actually saw Bigatron getting a lot of them as well. I think WAG also getting a lot of eliminations. So it was really spread across the board. It wasn't just one team kind of hogging everything. So I kind of hope things speed up a little bit for this game number 2, because if we're going to be in for a slow burn day today, personally, I don't feel like this is very good, especially with how Free Fire is made. Free Fire it's a game that is literally built on speed. You want to be doing things as quick as possible because we only have 15 minutes max for a round. So this game, it rewards people for playing aggressively. And to see people be so passive today, it is really bizarre.
Passive, and yet there was just so much of action out there on the battlefield.
I
so
want
many
more.
teams. Yes,
more AJ.
In there.
More.
But I agree with no record-breaking eliminations out there. WAG did bag 12 for themselves, and there were quite a number of eliminations kind of spread out between the top teams here. Teams like EVOS, Bigatron, RRQ. But obviously, we want to see the consistency as the day continues. So I agree with you from that point of view, right? I want more aggression out there too.
A lot more aggression. And for EVOS, they want more points. If they can make that climb, get themselves into that top cut, they're going to be happy. So 13th place, I mean, considering that they've just had one game today, I think they're really happy with how things are going. But again, can they get that level of consistency to push them up? If anything, they kind of want to be where WAG is. The only team that is in the... Oh, sorry, not... The only team in top 11 to not have a booyah.
Yeah, the only way EVOS Divine is not making it into the top 12 and staying there by the end of today is by getting eliminated as the first team in every single map with maybe less than one elimination in each of these games, right? Not gonna happen. I have enough confidence in them to really, make that mad dash. But, we're talking about recovery week here. We're talking about the massive day. We're talking about seeing these Indonesian squads in that final circle, game after game after game. That is the challenge of the day, Daddy.
Yeah. Actually, another trend I want to mention with the Indonesian teams, it happens all the time as well. Sometimes the Indonesians unknowingly run into each other and they kind of cannibalize each other in those final circles. I'm very sure they probably pick up on it when they're watching their VODs. They're like, oh, wait, we ran into someone that we normally run into. And it might be just because the Indonesians, they have a particular path when they go into that final circle and they just coincidentally run into each other because maybe that's part of their meta. So if the Indonesians can somehow avoid each other, we could have more Indonesians in that final circle. It's just, they really like to unknowingly run into each other.
Also, out of 12 teams, you have got 4 teams that are from Indonesia, so they're bound to run into each other, unfortunately. Out there. At least it's not like Bigatron as well as Falcons. They meet each other out there on the battlefield 3 times in a row. Then you can really say, right, that these brothers from Indonesia are just faded out there on the battlefield. You have to come across each other. It's great to see them kind of thwart each other's plans sometimes. It's great to see them accidentally, help some of the other nations sometimes as they try to thwart each other's plans. But it's all in the beauty of a decent game of Battle Royale where you're absolutely blind. You have no idea who you're engaging with. You've got at best a very educated guess, but anything can happen as the circle just keeps dragging you all around the battlefield.
Yeah. So, bit of a change here, as you guys did see those stats there. Twisted Minds, they did have a bit of a questionable round in game number 1, but this is supposed to be their map. I think they had on the numbers 10 eliminations over Buriram, which was second for Purgatory. So if there's a map for Twisted Minds to potentially dominate, this is it. But,
yeah,
again, those numbers, okay, as much as I would love to believe those numbers, it is just 1 week. Things can change over the span of a single week. So for Twisted Minds, they've got to get their act together if they want to grab those points. But knowing everyone else, they already know Twisted Minds are the leaders. Maybe they end up being the target. Maybe the particular Indonesian team called Bigatron decides to maybe jump on the Twisted Minds, get rid of the top dog, and just be like, hey, this map is ours now.
I would love to see that as well, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we opened up the show saying Falcons were the ones that bagged Bermuda last week with 32 points, but we did not see them walk away with a massive round there. And also anything, can happen on this next map. And Twisted Minds, they weren't really menacing in that first game as well. So I don't know exactly what we can expect out of them in Purgatory. But let's cross our fingers here for the teams that did perish a little bit earlier today. Albeit Twisted Minds doesn't really need a lot of extra points. They are number 1 on the overall leaderboard right now.
AJ, I'm starting to get a bit of a flashback here with Bigatron. And I'm not sure if you remember the team that I'm thinking about. Do you remember? I think it wasn't last year. I think it was the year before. We had a team from the Philippines that was super aggressive and constantly hot dropped everybody. I can't for the life of me remember their name, but I feel like if someone says it right now, I'm going to have that aha moment. I might even have to do a quick Google, but the way the Bigatron plays, it reminds me of them so much. It was a Filipino team. Oh,
Bloody Heads.
Not Bloody Heads, a different team. I will do some Googling as we jump into this map.
All right. You Google yes. The life out of that as we try to analyze exactly who's going to gift us the pleasure of watching a hot drop here. RRQ's players. It's a tad bit too close to GOW's DN, but let's see if or not that will continue as Abe very awkwardly drops on the bridge. Choosing that as his first spot is probably going to serve up a free dinner to the players from the side of GOW.
Is it going to be a free dinner? I don't think it's free at all, AJ. Everything comes at a cost in this game of Free Fire. The cost
Unless,
of life.
Of course, you can revive the guy.
Okay,
I mean, it just costs you 400 coins. It's not a problem.
okay, that's kind of cheap. All right, sure. If you put it that way, everyone's expendable.
Even expand?
Yeah, different word, but yes, okay.
Yes. Alan, P90 from up top. Not gonna get a great range with the SMG from up there. Cyrus dropping by to back him up as well. Alan taking on 3 players all on his own goes, trying to flank on from the right-hand side. He's got a vehicle. And Alan actually nailing the headshot from the P90. Beautiful stuff out of him. And Achap will get picked right back up here. Axel, the 1-2, the save, and they're going to drop right back. 2 players from the side of WAG trying to sandwich the team of Expanded.
I love how WAG are just playing so aggressive today, just constantly looking for those eliminations back to back. And you can tell when they start to see their prey reeling, trying to back up and get into a favorable position. I feel like WAG, they just, I don't know how they have the foresight to position themselves so nicely that they can't get backstabbed themselves.
Export backing up his team member, Mikid. Oh, the
sandwich.
backup is there for Expand. Axel and Mikid. The bait and switch works out, goes an export down.
Ooh.
What a play by Expand.
Okay, they've got the 2 eliminations now. The play here for WAG, do they stick around? Because if they stick around, I have to say, they have balls of steel to make this play happen.
A beauty from the Malaysian squad. Now Achap just trying to win this purely through skills. Has a little bit of backup from Axel. Drogon backstab. Will get the 3rd player. Cyrus dropped as well. Did they get a revive? It looks like they did. WAG survives the onslaught Expand brings in.
Expand 4 eliminations. Going to be so happy with how things have started. And it looks like for Bigatron, they didn't jump into anybody in this round in particular, but they did manage to chase away one of the other teams. So very, very flat opening, unfortunately, for this team. They are generally very bloodthirsty, but I wonder what the plan is here for them. Like, what's their path? Where do they want to go for their next main objective? Are they trying to maybe gatekeep some of these other teams? They want to go into the center. It looks like they're just going to play within the circle first. Maybe we'll just have to see what they want to do. And I think for some of these teams as well, they have to start predicting where the circle is going to be when it comes to those final last rounds. Because if you start getting close to that water circle, you better pray you are on the right side of that river.
Bigatron Delta, thus far, keeping their noses out of problems, and they will get to the next circle without much of a scratch on them. Twisted Minds were pretty close to Expand earlier on. They would have heard those gunshots, but choosing to not do anything about it. As I say that, Too Fast pops up and pops out instantly. Twisted Minds, the pop-up blocker.
Too Fast out of the game. Oh my gosh, Expand. They did a real big number on... it, but... Twisted Minds. Okay, I'm surprised Twisted Minds are playing so slowly. I thought this team would really start to pop off for the round, but maybe just a little bit worried about how things happened in that game number 1. So just deciding, let's focus on macro. We'll focus on the micro a little bit later. Oh man, Kevin's not too happy after losing his vehicle there. And this is God of Wolf as well. They were super aggressive in that last round. And look at this, Expand is even in the river. So this could go either way when it comes to this elimination.
Buy 1 free 1 for the team of GOW.
Ooh.
Mikid does manage to steal away the elimination, though. Sneaky play from Mikid out of Expand. Riptide Rhythm rips down all of their glue walls. GOW, it doesn't work. Yet another glue wall does disappear, but the portal goal kicks in just in the nick of time for them to back away. Beautiful plays coming through from GOW. Toda does not get their revenge. Mikid, though, the survivor, stole away a point, but Tan is going to get revenge for that. Who got the knock? Who gets the elimination? I think Zen stole that one away. So Toda recovers 1 point off of Expand, and GOW, the bitter ones, for not getting anything out of that.
Yeah, oh my gosh. GOW. Not going to be too happy about that play at all. Actually, I feel like the fact that Mikid was able to pull off such a cute play, I wonder if this might be Expand's game, because doesn't Expand do pretty okay on Purgatory? We'll have this conversation a little bit later on, because we have actually seen EVOS running into Twisted Minds here. Now remember, Twisted Minds, they are considered the front runners on this particular map, so if EVOS can get rid of them now, this opens the floodgates for who could potentially take the map.
Repositioned by Abex. This could just be Deadly Monster.
Oh!
Nails one. Guy goes flying. Apex hops on right back out. Summing down on the ground. Yet another knock coming on through. And Apex just demolishing players on the side of Twisted Mind. One hops right into Exposy. A little bit of playback. But Diamond still gets taken down. Ray down on the ground. Exposy. Can he survive yet another attack by Apex, who takes the monster truck instead of taking those shots? He wants to mow down all of the glue walls, and it works out. Exposy back into the monster truck. They play Ring Around the Rosie. The monster truck just being used by both squads, but obviously EVOS Divine, the ones who are slightly luckier in that bout.
Someone call the police. They have to check if Apex has a license, because I think at this point in time he's got the license to kill with the monster truck. I love how teams.
Smart play.
I love the fact that teams are really starting to utilize the monster truck in those, like, not just late game, but now even in just these little small skirmishes, how you can use it to hide behind as a natural form of cover, but to be able to just mow people down because it's not something that you can immediately blow up. I love a monster truck play. I hope we see more of it in this round.
Yeah, not easy at all. The monster truck, obviously the smartest tool to use to bust down all of those glue walls. A little bit more effective than a decent Riptide Rhythm. Obviously, that statement can be contested if the Riptide Rhythm user is a super pro out there on the battlefield. Zen knocked down GOW, but they have Dian traded right back out. So 1-for-1 it is.
1-for-1. We could be seeing 1-for-2 very soon, but UAV going to be deployed there for GOW. And actually, the team's going to go for a bit of a split. So I guess they're going for a bit of a macro play to try and pick up some more items as they do prepare for that next circle. As it's still a little too vague to figure out where we are going to be. There is still a clear river within this circle. So we could be looking at a river circle. We could be looking at a ground circle. But you can already tell, and this is a very classic play for RRQ. This team, if they sense that the circle is going to be around a riverbed, they hang around that river like nobody's business.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta wanted to swim across, spotted out RRQ, and said, nope, not that way. Instantly took a U-turn, backed away, and now that has left the players of Onyx Olympus in hot soup as RRQ gets a 4-man scan off of their Arvon. And guess what? There's a player from Expand hopping on into that Arvon scan as well. Look like today is gonna be Christmas.
Gonna be Christmas. Could be a bit of a crispy day, depending on who manages to land that shot first. Now, on the outside, WAG, they are moving, but look at the positioning for EVOS. They can kind of gatekeep here if they can catch wind of WAG. We don't know if they've spotted them out there, but at the moment, WAG working on that road, so they will be trying to place themselves and use that road for vision to hopefully scout some other teams out. But it looks like EVOS, they're going to abandon the low ground and instead going to move to that high ground compound. So I do like that play from EVOS. Keep it safe. Vision is key in a game of Free Fire. And if they can spot WAG, that could be some free points.
Xbor picking up a AWM. Beautiful stuff. That gun can absolutely dish out devastating shots from across the battlefield. Let's see exactly how well they use them from up on the road. But Twisted Minds have got a slightly better position than them. But they need to start moving away from this circle, though.
Yeah, the circle is not this circle, but the next circle will start to be a little bit more painful here. But WAG going to lose Alan here. Spotted out by EVOS. So another elimination added for EVOS here. 6 eliminations for this team. So, you know, we thought round number 1 could have been a little bit of a fluke, but, you know, round number 2, they're looking really stable here with these eliminations.
Doesn't make round 1 not a fluke. 6 eliminations strong. EVOS Divine looking for a back-to-back. Let's see if or not they can get that. But once again, fate just has Bigatron Delta to take on Falcons yet again.
Is it Christmas?
He set the Hornet's Nest a tad bit too early, and here comes those grenades. Bounced off the glue wall. Koja responding with a solid one. Glue wall melters being laid out first. Diggs with what a toss off of that ice grenade as well. The players on the side of Falcon trying their very best to take that right-hand side flank. And Kyung straight into the thick of the action with the backstab drop. Cost you, the key player. Peter goes down as well, on fire from afar. Can he get it with the Max 7? Answer is yes. Pops out the time turner as well, survives the time being, drops the glue wall, and he gets away with a nasty one. And it looks like he'll continue. But Kyong once again back up on his feet. One more defending the ground from afar. But the sniper is not going to be able to shut down this play just yet. Off screen, EVOS Divine will continue the onslaught up against Heavy and wipes the ground with them. EVOS Divine, courtesy of the first squad wipeout. Heavy, a little unlucky. 10 points up now for the Indonesian squad.
Heavy just looking a little too heavy for this round, unfortunately. And we have finally got our first team eliminated here onto Purgatory, and EVOS looking extremely bloated here with 10 eliminations. And WAG, it's confirmed they are out. But Falcons, we're seeing a big wave of revives there. 3 revives on Falcons. So the team's managed to recover, not eliminated, but this late into the game, Falcons are going to really struggle trying to figure out how they're going to approach this late game. They're not going to have the resources. They won't have the items. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it, AJ.
Bigatron Delta right now 4 out of 4 up against Team Falcons. So yes, the storyline continues. The underdogs keep getting the upper hand up against those that can soar high. But we have to wait for that revival gameplay to see the efficacy of Falcons in a little bit. But Cosq does not revive into a decent place. Does manage to take out one player first before he gets nailed down. GOW doing the damage.
Oh, they lost Peter as well, so it's really going to be down to one more, who's the only one left on the team, and actually taking a vehicle to possibly go try and go for some more revives. EVOS in the meantime, though, running into a skirmish here with Twisted Minds. This is a big engagement here, AJ, because if Twisted Minds are out, that means it's wide open for someone else to take the map. And look at this, Sming is out, Nameless is alone. Hua, I mean, if it's one team versus Nameless, this man is not looking too happy here.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place, but the hard place was a vending machine, so Nameless is not too teased with that situation. Axel out, which means Expand has been expanded in the 10th spot as well. Nameless out in the open, the circle doing its damage. Yanbin trying to get one off of the charge buster, misses those shots. Woodpecker finds no connection. Nameless, does he eat up that grenade? And he doesn't.
Bigatron? He didn't, but Bigatron is out of the game. I have no idea what happened in that fight, but oh my gosh. Now, Diamond does go down on the side of Twisted Minds, and we're going to switch on over here to this other skirmish. RRQ playing up against Todak in their own little compounds. Both teams parked on the river here.
Yeah, Falcons out as well, courtesy of a lot of damage sustained from Bigatron Delta.
That's disgusting, AJ. That's so cool. That could go either way.
It could. It most definitely could. That's what circles do. At the end of the day, they drag you all
Thank you, sir.
RRQ, time elimination strong. And Toda are looking to sneak a swim off here, but I don't think RRQ is going to let that one slide. Death taken away from the map. Shin stolen away by Gade. EVOS Divine still in here to chip away at all of these lives. EVOS Divine and RRQ once again, the Indonesians laying waste out there to the rest of the squad.
Oh, and God of Wolf want to take this compound for themselves, trying to wrestle it from Onyx. And Onyx, they're going to try and stay within this compound. They can't break through. GOW, if they can't get in very soon, they're going to start to lose some bodies. Dian, first one to go down, and actually it's going to be Onyx to advance on the GOW.
Oh, Cyru's down as well. 3 players out. Twisted Minds annihilated by Toda, and GOW still looking for the final nail in the coffin here. Battle outside the circle, not a smart idea at all. Demon quickly sneaks on right back in. K-Base out of the equation. Onyx Olympus holding on with 2 more lives here. Gary and Jack. Circle's now going to pressure both of these squads, and EVOS Divine just waiting from across the waters.
Waiting for across the water, and Jack, he tried to go for a sneaky headshot there, but he missed. And Gary, next one to go down thanks to Demon. So for Onyx, they're basically praying for Jack to survive, but GOW, the team is taking critical damage. Demon down on the ground as well. They can't go for the pickup. They're going to keep on trying, but they're just taking too much damage because of the blue zone. They stuck around for too long, and look at where the circle is. It's on RRQ.
GOW now getting eaten up by the blue as well. Onyx Olympus couldn't really do much. The blue forced them to sacrifice themselves, half do that, and the rest of the players, of course, nicking away those eliminations. RRQ with the best spot in the circle. Gade is gonna expand his life to the blue eventually, unless, of course, one of the players from the side of RRQ chases him out and gets a shot from afar. RRQ, they are back with a solid booyah to their side as well.
Back with a vengeance, and that is now 2 back-to-back back-to-back booyahs for the Indonesian region. They are on fire. 4 teams, sure, they have a really good chance of getting the booyah, but this is just showing how strong the Indonesians are looking in these two groups. Twisted Minds had a tough game. Falcons had a tough game again, running into Bigatron as well. But I want to say a big props to GOW. This team, even though they didn't win on their map, which was Bermuda, they really stepped up onto Purgatory. They got so many eliminations and they looked extremely confident in a lot of their engagements. This team, they've really evolved over the past year.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? GOW obviously were not too comfortable on this map the last time they hopped on in, only walking away with 12 points. Second time round, they do a little bit better for themselves, but RRQ absolutely busted the competition wide open, not by getting aggressive in those circles at all, but instead reading circle after circle so well, maneuvering their defensive spots.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm misremembering, but I feel like RRQ, especially for Purgatory, they are remarkably accurate with their circle predictions because their positioning on Purgatory. Sure, they don't win all the time on Purgatory, but the fact that they're always in the right place at the right time. I feel like if you gave this predictionary skill from RRQ to a better team when it comes to engagements and actual CQCs, you'd probably have a unbeatable Purgatory team. So the fact that RRQ being able to have such an accurate prediction for Purgatory, I feel like this really just carries the team on this map that in a lot of cases they're not super comfortable on compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, this was a crazy showdown with the monster truck between Twisted Minds and EVOS Divine. And EVOS Divine, of course, surviving this play, all because of that initial wrap around the players of Twisted Minds with that monster truck. So happy to see that strategy work out so beautifully for them. And the battle between Bigatron and Falcons. Who can forget this? 4 out of 4. Bigatron still winning that 1v1.
Bigatron just having an absolute heyday, farming those points. I think that's really what's happening here for Bigatron. Just farming those points, really climbing up that leaderboard and solidifying that, hey, we are a threat, right? But how's Bigatron doing for points today, AJ? Are they, are they as high as we think they are? Or are they kind of stabilized considering that they're not really a team that is getting the booyahs? They're getting the eliminations, but placement points, it could be a little bit better, I feel, for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they're great fresh out of the gates. They are definitely shocking us as the underdogs, but still they are a mid-card team. They're not going to run away from, how they have been predicted to perform in this competition. Yes, we don't expect them to win it, but we expect a lot of bravado from the squad. So we're going to see highlight moments like the ones that we have seen up against Falcons time and time again. But, back to back booyahs for a team like Bigatron at this point of time just seems a little bit impossible. But that's just here. We never know what can happen later on when we fly the teams into Indonesia for the final week.
Yeah, I mean, it's just day 4 of play days as well, right? So they still have time to show some new strats. I think if anything, some of these other teams, in particular Falcons, got to figure out how do we dodge this team? We don't want to run into them because we've seen what's happened in the past. So if you can dodge, that's going to be good for you.
Everyone! I'm so happy today because this is the second booyah for our team, especially Indonesian team, and congratulations for RRQ Kazu! Okay, I want to talking first with you, Maal. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Yeah, these two mics are
Okay, so I want to talking and I want to ask about your opinion. First of all, this is the second week, now got stage. And what's your target today?
Target buat RRQ Kazu sih tiap daynya 100 poin.
Our team target is to get 100 points.
100 point.
Okay, never
And
mind.
maybe you have
shut my mouth.
target teams today?
Apa ada target musuh yang jadi target untuk tim kakak?
Falcon.
Target is Team Falcon.
Team Falcons.
No,
We
I mean,
know
I'm
Team
surprised because 100
Falcons
is pretty
one
low.
of the best team in this year.
They don't wanna
So,
jinx it.
who is the most dangerous team today?
Tim yang dianggap sangat dangerous banget, yang sangat berbahaya hari ini tuh tim apa sih?
Bigatron kali.
Tim Bigatron.
Bigatron Delta. Are you sure? Okay, Bigatron Delta is a dangerous team for RRQ Kazu. Why our team? And what do you want to say to them? To Bigatron Delta?
Apa yang ingin disampaikan ke tim Bigatron Delta?
Semangat terus dapat Bigatron Delta.
Keep on fighting Bigatron Delta.
Okay, keep on fighting. And last but not least, I have special request to you. You have celebration.
Apa ada untuk pesta untuk merayakan dari kemenangan ini?
Selebrasi.
Gak ada.
Nothing? Nothing? Come on. Kingdom. Can you say audience here? Kingdom. Let's go. Nothing? Okay. So thank you so much for Maal. Good luck for RRQ Kazu because we still have 4 games after this, and this is the second Booyah for our team. I'm waiting for you, Yonsul and Yuki. So, Kester, take it away.
RRQ's really serious about absolutely demolishing the competition out there on the battlefield. But they're not in here to dance and celebrate and show you that they're out to dominate. But I like the humbleness though. Like, what's your target? It's 100 points.
I'm just gonna expose you here, okay? You are complaining to me 100 points is low, and I was like, that's a safe number, okay? Sometimes it's not about getting 120.
Okay, no. See, here's the thing. I'm the kind of guy who aims for the stars and then we kind of miss, we land on the moon. It's still okay. So what Maal is doing here is he's aiming for the moon. He might just get the skies because, you know, if you're looking to dominate the competition, you're looking at somewhere around 130, 160 points in a day. Getting 100 is like decent performance. So that's why I say humble, because I believe they have hit 94 and 91 points. They haven't hit 100 for themselves yet. But I'm saying, why increase the distance just a little bit? Obviously, you can get there. Aim for 150. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you were telling me just now during the interview that they're already at like, 40-something points. And this is after 2 rounds.
Correct,
so
yeah.
100, I think 100 today, very much doable if they can continue playing like this. It's just...
You see, you agree with me. It's
I don't agree with me. Okay, I don't know anymore. Here's Maal, our player MVP. All around, a man that was on the mic as well. I love how... Okay, this man, he's a support for the team, okay? He was MVP. He was a monster. But during the interview, he was very soft. I feel like these kinds of players are probably like the most surprising, because you just think, oh, it's just a soft guy, you know, he's just friendly and everything. No, you meet him on the battlefield, you regret everything.
No,
He's like one of those kinds of guys.
You're totally off with that one. I mean, I've been his age in the past. You put me on a stage in front of an audience, in front of 2 of the most beautiful hosts out there in Indonesia. I'm going to get my tongue twisted as well. Maal's like, just let me go back to my seat, be with my friends, be in my element, and destroy all of the other teams out there. 9 eliminations, no joke. I mean, remember my feedback on EWAS Divine's Booyah was, this was not the greatest Booyah. This is a solid Booyah, and this is beyond solid in terms of performance from a player. Maal truly outshined his whole squad.
And things might get a little better here for RQ as well, AJ, because we know later today we've got Kalahari. And we know one team that really loves Kalahari, not just the Indonesian region in general, but RRQ. I think some people would regard them as the Kalahari Kings because they really know how to navigate that map. So if RRQ want to hit the 100 points, very doable if they're able to perform on Kalahari. But 40 points already, as long as they don't flunk out and get single digits for the next couple of rounds, I really think this is one of the teams to look out for, because sure, we're giving Bigatron a lot of spotlight, EVOS as well, because we saw Bigatron just being bloodthirsty, and EVOS being pretty stable as well, but I feel like RRQ, this is such a weird team where they are an amazingly consistent team, but sometimes they're just so out of the picture up until mid to late game, because they really don't show themselves until that period of time.
One more is getting recognized here for being one of the key players for a total of 4 revivals, but I really think he should give that credit over to the players on the side of Bigatron, because without Bigatron, he would have not been able to revive his team 4 times, right? But beautiful stuff. Look here. Solid Booyah out of RRQ. 28 points. 16 eliminations, 12 from the Booyah. They most definitely deserve it. But EVOS Divine with the consistency. Booyah in game 1, so much better in game number 2. I mean, look at them hitting the 25 points out here. EVOS Divine only walked away with 18 when they hit their Booyah on Bermuda. So my assessment was decent. You see, without Booyah, they're so much better now.
Without Booyah, they're so much better. Well, I don't know if they want to kind of play like that, right? You kind of want to win your games, but you know, it's going to be up to the teams on whether that does happen. We are going to kind of give the teams, you know, a bit of a moment of respite to kind of get ready for this next roundup, right? Because we are going to have a bit of a break after this. But overall standings after just the first 2 games today, and RRQ sitting pretty in first place with 231 points. And this is off the back of 2 reasonable rounds as well. But I want to look at where EVOS are, okay? We saw EVOS after game number 1 in 13th place. Yeah. This team has shot from 13th to 10th. And if they keep playing like this today, they could easily make top 8.
Yeah, absolutely right. To overtake GOW is not too far at all. They just need roughly around 40 points. And if they can continue this final circle hunt that they've got on here for themselves, if they can continue to pick up solid points like this, 2 games, 2 solid games is all they need.
But again, the consistency question we always have to ask, okay, is it just a case of this team being strong at the start and kind of losing that energy? Is it a map thing? We really don't know. It's going to come down to the teams, right? Whether they can actually make those plays happen. But as we do prepare for our next matchup, I do believe it's Kalahari, AJ, right?
So the next one is Alpine. And then
it's Alpine. Okay, so we'll go to the snow and then we'll go into the desert. Alpine top dogs. Of course, we always have to take a look at the top dogs. Who are we kind of looking out for in groups B and C for this map?
Bigatron Delta.
Oh no!
They've already got a Booyah to their name. RRQ has got a Booyah here. Hua Esports has got a Booyah here as well. So, but you know, today has not really been the day of Hua Esports. They came out the gates bursting on week 1. Week 2 pretty much subdued. But it's just got to be that case if you want the Indonesians to shine this week, right? And that's exactly what they're doing out there. So fingers crossed, Bigatron manages to sneak away yet another Booyah here. It'll really complete their run. And if they can sneak away that Booyah at the expense of Falcons, I'll like the storyline a little bit more.
I kind of feel like after how those first 2 games played, someone has to snipe them. Gotta snipe them.
We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it is going to be action on Alpine and Kalahari. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024
For trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand, You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, category, Alpine, category, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Edition 2024. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Danley, your casters for the day. 2 games have concluded. Indonesia has risen and dominated for the first 2 matches. Consistency coming through from teams like EVOS Divine, but we have got 4 more games to go and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it's Alpine of all maps. And we do know some teams kind of like that map. In particular, AJ, Bigatron. This has just been such a big X Factor team. And I kind of wonder, the existence of Bigatron, are we mainly getting the result for our groupings because they have been intercepting a lot of the top dogs in the groups? In particular, Falcons haven't been allowed to play the game at all. They've basically just been at the mercy of Bigatron all day. And even Twisted Minds have actually struggled for the first 2 games of today. It's like, is this just the X Factor team that is just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna neuter everybody else and we'll just see how things go in the group?
Now, it's the Southeast Asian level, and every single team out here deserves their slot. They're just fighting. Their hearts and souls are out there on each and every single game, and they're just trying their very best, right? So there's just no way you can predict exactly who's going to be able to walk away with a booyah, mainly because of that. Because we don't actually have just a set group of teams that are just 100% better than the other squads. Everybody has a clean shot at the title.
Now, speaking of, we did mention that Alpine is supposedly going to be Bigatron's map. The issue with this team so far, right, is that they have been really great at skirmishes, but when it comes to actually finishing the game and getting the booyah, I feel like this is where the team kind of struggles, right? That end game to be able to play safely enough and to have enough items to go into that late game. So if you're wanting to try and get the booyah here as Bigatron, AJ, actually the question should be, do they even want the booyah? Do they maybe just enjoy playing the way that they do now?
You see, you asked a question and then you answered your own question. You are absolutely correct. They're not looking for the booyah. This is the team that is on the Southeast Asian level for the first time. They really want to test out these other squads and see if or not they can hang with them in a serious 4v4 fight out there on the battlefield. How are they going to, kind of manage these chaotic situations? So they're kind of creating it for themselves, hot dropping big squads, just running into battles, not really thinking of their positioning on that final circle. I mean, position on the final circle is definitely something that you can assess and, perfect on your journey towards the grand finals. Right here, right now, Bigatron's main goal is to see if or not they can hang with the best when it comes to gunfights, because that is the core of Garena Free Fire.
It's the core of Free Fire, right? I mean, the game is literally called Free Fire, like just free fire and everybody just get those eliminations.
Yeah.
And maybe for Bigatron, maybe this is sometimes I love to go a little too deep with the theory craft, but maybe for Bigatron, they actually have strats, but they're kind of keeping it hidden and just having fun with this just full on free fire at everybody. You see anything move, you go for it. And it's working for the team so far. And I think if you keep playing like this, people are going to expect Bigatron to play this hyper-aggressive going into playoffs. Maybe they turn it down a notch. They say, hey, that's fine. We know we can play the gunfights, but we're now going to play in a way where you're not going to expect us. You can't hot drop us. You don't know where we're going to come from because we've got the hidden strats.
I mean, I'm divided
I'm going too deep. I'm sorry, AJ. I apologize.
I'm just a tad bit divided on that because of the fact that you pointed out this perfectly, right? They're getting into some big skirmishes, but they're not getting the finisher. They're not walking away with the booyah when they're aggressive out there on the battlefield. It has happened. I'm not saying it has not happened at all. It has happened in one game. That one game just happened to be on Alpine. So it could just happen again. But then again, you know, as exactly how each and every single game has been so different from the previous one, this could be a very different situation as well for the fate of Bigatron Delta. It is all in the hands of Mother Fate. So let's see exactly what she's got in store for us as we head on into map number 3, the one and only Alpine.
Yeah, I would actually like to see this team try to play for the late game at least once today. And I think if there's a map to do it, it's probably going to have to be this one. So we'll see what happens here, but I also want to see what the flight path is going to be, because this will also impact where some of these teams are potentially going to drop. Is it going to be an awkward one, or is it going to be a very generous one? And it looks like it's pretty generous. It's just dead center.
Dead center indeed. Bigatron Delta, the team with the highest average points on this map. 27.5 average points. That is an insane average to hold for yourself. And it looks like it's going to be a very early skirmish for the squad once again, putting themselves in difficult positions time and time again, this time up against the Vietnamese squad of WAG.
I mean, this is what they do best. So for Bigatron, I think a lot of us are expecting them to win that skirmish, but WAG is not a team to really sniff at either. So if there's a team that could possibly stop this, it could be WAG. But let's see what everyone gets for their starting items, because that probably will determine who wins this overall.
Yeah, double revolvers in the hands of Ekal. Rate of fire is not going to be there, but the damage surely will cause a little bit of chaos here, especially with the headshots. Takes manages to burst himself away from that dangerous grenade that came looking for him. No grenades in hand. Has the backup of Koja. MP40 in hand. What an engagement up against Cyrus for the backup from X4. Does find the connection. Digs down on the floor as well. Young off the ground. And this is what we talked about. The twist of fate out there on the battlefield. You can't get lucky game after game. And now the final player eliminated. Bigatron Delta bites the dust early.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I didn't expect them to be the first team eliminated, but WAG, perfect pincer maneuver, just sandwiched the team in, and there was just no way for Bigatron to really make that comeback happen. We're going to switch on over here to Hua Esports, because they are about to run into Todak. And actually, just very quickly, I want to mention Hua Esports is technically the third best team on this map. So if they're going to try and make the comeback happen, it's got to be here. And it looks like for Todak, Zen not really happy with where he is, because his team is super far away.
Yeah, this is not the first rendezvous between these two squads on this particular location, on this very map. While Esports were the winners of the skirmish the last time around, they also did go ahead to grab a booyah for themselves on Alpine. Very slowly circling around the players of Toda, not hopping on in just yet. Toda scanning them out with the R1. Very smart play for the information. Then pushing on for the flank from the left-hand side. But Shin won't find traps with a beautiful headshot. AUG popping in for that hot shot. 7 trying to keep them back with the Vector. Will successfully drop Yanbin as well. A 1-for-1 trade thus far. Looking for the second. That will be dropped. Poppy gets a grenade out of nowhere, and Hua very quickly takes over.
Oh, Hua's taken over, and they eliminate Todak. But look at this, though. EVOS, this is one of our top dogs. They're going to be coming in when Hua is at their weakest. This is not when you want to run into EVOS.
Not at all, but EVOS Divine, they know exactly what they're looking for. A quick shutdown. Yanbin right behind AimGod. Good glue wall to keep himself solidified in MP40. AimGod circling around the Tatsuya in hand. But Ray from up top interferes as well. Helps out his buddy and finished off by AimGod. What a backup.
Yanbin just came back as well, and they're going to buy him back again. So Hua really dead set on really fighting at this compound here, but Ray coming in through the window, trying to go for the connections, doesn't get the finish up there though, managing to land onto that low ground. But wait a minute, just a sliver of health, and it looks like they do manage to get Poppy there. EVOS full team looking really happy and looking extremely bloated here with those 4 eliminations.
Hungry. And they are hungry for those points as well as consistency. Shin's going to get caught out. And this might just be all over for Hua Esports. Artemis, a tad bit too slow on the chase, gets himself caught up right after one Tatsuya burst. Uses up both of his charges and now have to continuously chase Shin, not find those shots on target. Thank the good Lord it was Heavy that found him. Shin gets away.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe Shin made that getaway, but he was also incredibly lucky to get that vehicle as well, because if he was going to do it on foot, I'm very sure we would have lost him there. Speaking of losses, we could be looking at another one here as we have God of Wolf trying to make a wraparound here onto Onyx.
Kibase will eat one grenade first, but just scratches his knees. He's not going to wait by to find out exactly what else Tun can chuck at him. Finds a reposition. GOW spread out a bit too far. But Onyx Olympus! All hold up in a tiny little spot, and Deanne punishes them. Gets this skirmish. Will scratch one. Eliminates the other. Deanne looking for yet another grenade launcher. Pop! Up close and personal. He can't use it just yet. Backs away. MSMC in hand. Mini Uzi delivers the second. Demon is there for the backup as well as. And GOW eating up the players from the side of Onyx.
Man, Dian's dancing feet in that little corner. He should have dropped there, but he didn't. And he bought enough time for the team to come in and reinforce as well. Spectacular play here for God of Wolf. Really picking up on their play day today. RRQ, though, into Expand. They do have a couple of compounds here to work with, a Giant Rock as well, so some really nice natural cover, and actually Heavy taking some pretty serious damage. They're losing some players to Twisted Minds off the screen. Oh my gosh.
Ming is just whipping the whole team of Heavy into shape. He's gotten 3 knocks already, 2 off of a grenade launcher, 1 from the Woodpecker. Crazy stuff from the Twisted Minds player, but we don't get to watch that. He is still stuck with this action. Indonesia versus Malaysia. That's with the backstab. M1017 M1887 finds 1 quick clip. Trogon turn around. The Bison does not get the catch on him. That's Wall put him down. RRQ the bigger winner against Expand.
Bigger winner, and they still only have 2 players left here on the side of Expand. They get another one. Mickey D going to go down as well, and we still have 1 more player to go. But I mean, they've got a vehicle. They could definitely make the chase happen. Too Fast is trying to survive for the team, but he is being sniped. He's run out of glue walls. He is down. Expand. This team is going to be crippled for the rest of this game, as it does seem they still have 1 or 2 players remaining.
Yeah, Captain saved the day. He pulled out the glue wall. I was wondering why he did not back himself out of the situation already, but he was desperately trying to bring his team members right back into play, and that keeps Expand hanging on for their dear lives. And Hua Esports goes on a revival spree. 2 players brought right back, and it seems like only Thoda and Bigatron do not get to continue this journey for this map.
A couple of very injured teams as well. Heavy and Expand both only left with 1 player apiece. So it's going to be a very long haul for these 2 teams. Going to have to play on that game of survival. But everyone else still in a really good position to potentially take this game. But props to Hua, right? This is a team that has really struggled today. This is supposed to be their map to shine. And look, if they can make it happen here, this will give them that really big boost of points they need to stay at the top of the charts. Because with how things are currently going, if they keep going like this, they'll definitely be on a downward trajectory on that leaderboard for the next 2 days. And actually, who are going to try and look for some more blood here and actually catching a elimination onto Heavy. Bye-bye, Artemis. Hua now at 5 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, they can thank the effort of Ming there for that team elimination. Ming single-handedly wiping out 3 players from the side of Heavy. And the final one caught by Hua Esports.
4Cap, the last player for Expand, AJ. He is hiding. He cannot afford to move.
And RRQ is going to help him find a better position out of nowhere. RRQ appears like the angel that was meant to help out the players of Expand, but out in the open, RRQ, my goodness, just laying waste to the players from the side of Hua Esports.
And 4Cap, I think he might be able to make the getaway happen. He is so incredibly low, though, so he cannot afford to be caught. But I think they know Razor. Come on, Razor. No, not like this, Abe. Oh, Expand, 9th place.
Acap terkicap. If you were Malaysian, you would understand that. You have to ask your husband what that means, Danny.
Okay, thank you.
RRQ circling around. This might just be the end for Hua Esports. RRQ just shooting past the player. Yanbin is going to be alive and kicking by the end of this. He does not go down because RRQ totally misses the main objective of the hunt and now is distracted with Twisted Minds.
Is distracted. Nameless does get picked up though, so at least they're not going to be stuck for too much longer. And RRQ, they're going to bail. Peace treaty. They're just going to leave it. Peace treaty for now.
RRQ almost helped Expand survive and then finish the job themselves, but they could not get the job done in terms of annihilating Hua Esports, and therefore the Vietnamese Wonder Squad still survives. The return of Hua is still strong, albeit they are not really wrecking the competition today. They are 2nd from the very bottom of the leaderboard, 9 points across 2 games. Yes, they need to catch up with the rest of the competition.
Yeah, we have God of Wolf though coming in, and they're trying to do a little bit of poke there onto RRQ. I don't know if this is the team you want to try and poke the stick on, but I mean, it looks like God of Wolf, they want to try and make this happen. So can they find that angle to potentially get a really nice knock? And it doesn't seem to be the case. And actually RRQ just yeeting themselves out of there.
Yeah, GOW were looking for a vending machine and they most definitely found one. Just using up all of the rest of the coins that they have in there just to boost themselves up for the next engagement. Yanbin, on the other hand, is just going to be staying super quiet, waiting, biding his time, hoping and praying that he does get to the vending machine so that he can bring some of his team members right back in. We didn't manage to spot out how many coins he's got in his pocket, so that will determine if or not he plays the game of survival or revival.
So we do have a top-down view here, and we have 4 teams within the vicinity. So Yanbin just kind of hanging tight there, hoping he finds that opening to get to that vending machine. But we have God of Wolf, RRQ, and Twisted Minds just a short distance from one another. So if anyone makes any kind of noise, they're probably going to be able to detect it. But actually, God of Wolf launching themselves closer to WAG. This is actually another big team in this game because, let's be real, they got the elimination there onto Bigotrons. And I think WAG, this is probably the team to look out for in this round.
Yeah, GW is probably looking for the bridge, potentially reading the circle, moving towards that spot. Hua perishes to the final circle. Yanbin just could not get to the vending machine in time. It looks like he was trying to go for that revival gameplay, but the circle just not with him on that plan. WAG, on the other hand, has made great spacing to find this next circle, but they're a little bit too early. They are out in the open with not a lot of natural defense.
You know, AJ, we haven't seen Falcons all game because Bigatron is not around. This team has actually been allowed to sort of cook in the background, and I'm kind of thinking, is this something everyone should be concerned about? Because the fact that they have been out of every engagement, we haven't seen them poke their nose into anything. Yeah. They have the items. And we know how this team can be if you let them play their game. Is this the time we see Falcons actually shine because Bigatron is no longer around to cause that havoc, that wall?
Yeah, they're dead broke and they're not looking for more coins, which makes me think that they have just been spending all of their money on the vending machine. Yeah, okay, they may just walk away with a booyah here. They have barely gotten into any skirmishes whatsoever. They've been storing up circle after circle. So they are a deadly team for sure to engage with out there on the battlefield. But they're just looking for a better position, and that's exactly what they found themselves.
They're probably hoping that they're not going to run into Twisted Minds here. Onyx, definitely, but Twisted, maybe Falcons. If they get lucky here, Twisted go for engagement into Onyx. Maybe that's when Falcons come in, swoop in, get some really nice pickoffs, and also pick up some nice items as well. We'll have to see who makes the move first, though. I think Onyx, did they just reveal themselves? WAG, though, hello?
Yeah, WAG just using the portal go to find themselves on the roof of the compound Onyx holds onto. Falcons just watching all of this action breakdown from afar, can choose to hop onto that roof as well with their own portal go, or they can beam themselves towards the left hand side and bump into Twisted Minds a tad bit too early. Either way, Circle is catching up with them. Falcons need to move.
Falcons have to move at some point. And it's such an awkward spot too, AJ.
Yep, they take the ground floor instead. Jack going out to the FGL. The first bomb does not find one, and one more through the window. M82B straight to the head of Jack. What a nasty shot out of that sniper, and now Onyx surviving it, just 2 more players. WAG trying their best to take advantage from the top, but not wanting to get down into the thick of the action down bottom.
Yeah, I don't think you want to share real estate with Falcons here if you're Onyx. You really want to leave if you possibly can, but they also can't afford to give this compound away, so going to try and play it safe. Hope that Falcons aren't the ones to jump onto them. Now we do have eyes here onto Evos, who are also just around the corner here from Twisted Minds, but look at this though, Abax, he's in the corner all by himself, and Twisted, they're all gripped up on the other side. It's just a matter of whether these grenades actually land.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just kept a little bit too busy. They wanted a third party, the Falcon situation, but EVOS Divine kind of distracted them, and now they're making good headway here because EVOS Divine just lost their player, one to the WAG player, and now it will be Falcons with a beautiful knock from across, interfering. EVOS Divine have got no choice whatsoever. They have to abandon this fight, but it looks like WAG is not going to allow them from outside, and Twisted Minds just being gatekept by the Indonesians.
And there could be another gatekeeping situation because for the teams towards that bottom section, they have to leave that compound very soon. The circle is starting to move, and the circle is incredibly painful as well. EVOS, they can't get through. They're being blocked by Twisted Minds, but they do get the knocks. But EVOS, they only have Abax left. He's gone.
At the end of the day, what did it cost you, EVOS Divine? Not
everything.
Back up on his feet. It is the Horizon Line play. EVOS Divine still surviving, but today the sliver of health. Can he get out of this sticky situation? Apex, the circle leaves him high and dry. Exposi's going to be bleeding out as well. 3 players on the medkit. Exposi! At least he gets that 1 extra point. Apex now making a mad dash to catch up with the circle. Can he get it? Arthas knows. Apex is out. Evil's Divine finally falls.
Oh, but look at where these circles are right now. RRQ engaging into Onyx, and Onyx, they just don't have anything to work with, so they're going to try and play with the opponent glue walls. In the meantime, they've got a wall throwing grenades over at the Falcons. This circle was really small, but it's going to come down to a 3-way engagement, AJ.
Nades after nades are finding these teams, and Demon hopping on in there to get the final slay. Bison super aggressive, finds the first player, sprays one down, beat it down on the ground, on fire, exposed as well. Riptide rhythm from RRQ, and DOW chipping on in. Now RRQ try to shut down on fire. One more taken down by Ma'al. He's not gonna get picked right back up, and now Falcons damage too much. RRQ switches their sights over to GOW.
It's all thanks to GOW. The RRQ basically had free reign on both of those teams. So Peter, he's just going to have to try and play that game of survival. But Ton is saying, no, thank you. Second place is ours. And now can GOW take down RRQ?
RRQ now looking for yet another booyah in the day. GOW left with 2 more players, and it looks like the job is already done for the Indonesians. RRQ back-to-back booyah. Purgatory, Alpine both back, and they want to solidify their #1 spot.
Solidify their #1 spot. Looking on point. This team is going to hit their goal easy peasy at this rate, because guess what's next? It's Kalahari. So I think at this point, if you're RRQ, you might have to expand that point goal, because I don't think 100 is enough anymore, especially with that booyah.
Absolutely. I mean, 100 points, definitely not my target for RRQ. They are going to go for the Juggernaut. They are going to go for a minimum of 120. If the day is good, perhaps even 130. Solid play from RRQ. Not only do they get the back-to-back booyah, they get back-to-back massive points for the squad.
Yeah, back-to-back points. I'm a little bit worried if this team might be showing too many of their cards during the knockout stage, because again, right, the whole point of knockouts is just to make the top cut. It doesn't matter if you come first place, it's just a matter of make the top cut, just survive, and then you show everything during the playoffs. So RRQ, maybe calm down a little bit, okay, sure. #1, it might feel good to sit there for a little bit. Don't sit there for the entire knockout, please.
I mean, they did calm down a little bit. Instead of getting 28 points, this time they get 26 points. Only 14 eliminations, so yeah, they did calm down a little bit. But
a little bit, just a smidge. I'd like a little bit more. I'm kind of expecting maybe 10, 8 eliminations. Then if you want to get the booyah, then it's fine. It's up to RRQ, okay? If they want to have a pop-off day, then pop-off Kings. You're doing fantastic. But this play here was probably the most shocking thing for us, right? Because we've known Bigatron today. First 2 games, absolute beasts eliminating Falcons, but they lose to WAG. And I want to ask you, AJ, was it just a case of them losing the looting, or is it just positioning WAG, or actually just a better team there?
see, once again, this is the Southeast Asian level. All of these teams, anybody can win out these early engagements, right? It's 100% up to the loot that you pick up. But at the end of the day, you know, Bigatron Delta is not the #1 team out there. For sure, there have been some shocking moments out there, but that's how the script is written. That's how the script is written. Falcons is supposed to fall in such dastardly ways early competition, and then they rise up at the very end. That's how the Falcon story goes.
Well, unfortunately, the story didn't kind of happen here. They did get ganged up on, right? I think they got very unlucky with just targeting. God of Wolf was like, hey, we're going to go for this team that's closer to us, which meant RRQ, we're free to choose. Do we want to go for God of Wolf or do we want to go for Falcons? And in most cases, if you see one team not shooting you and shooting the other team, the smarter play is to kind of get rid of the other one, and then you turn your attention to that primary team. So,
yeah.
I mean, RRQ is making the smarter play there, but I think the Falcons, this team is not out, okay? They have not been mentally broken because of Bigatron. It was just in that game in particular, they just kind of got unlucky.
But in the grand scheme of things, in the race for the #1 spot, by the end of the day, Falcons might just be falling away. But of course, we also want to hear from the winners, RRQ, what they have to say.
Hey everyone, I'm really excited 3 games. Wow. Wow. And now I want to talking with one of the player in RRQ, Kazu. But first of all, congratulations for RRQ, Kazu! Okay, this is the second Booyah in a row for RRQ Kaizu. So, what are you feeling right now?
Gimana perasaannya saat ini setelah Booyah 2 kali berturut-turut?
Perasaan seneng sih. Udah expect juga kemarin soalnya di week 1 kan gagal Booyah terus. Jadi sekarang diperbaikin lah.
We're really happy about it and we're already expected to get Booyah this week because last week we didn't get any Booyah, so we keep on fighting and we get new strategy. So yeah, expect to get Booyah today.
Okay, expect Booyah today. Congratulations once again. And this is the second Booyah for RRQ. Any tips?
Ini Booyah kedua kali dari RRQ team. Apa ada tipsnya untuk bisa disampaikan?
Gak ada sih, main aja.
I don't have any tips, just playing.
You don't have any tips? Really? Okay. So what will you do in the last 3 games?
Apa yang akan dilakukan oleh RRQ team di 3 game terakhir ini?
Ya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik terus lah buat Indonesia. Biar nggak Thailand terus yang Booyah.
We will do our very best for Indonesia team so that not only Thailand team that get Booyah, but we will also get the Booyah for Indonesia.
Wow. I really like because this is Indonesian team domination today. So for Shoutcaster, prepared there. Shoutcaster, take it away.
In the bag for RRQ and AJ, we could be looking at a third because our next map is Kalahari. And what map does RRQ love? They love Kalahari.
Don't curse them too early because obviously they're not
sir.
the number 1 performing team on Kalahari right now. They do not have a single Booyah on Kalahari. They have got 2 Booyahs back to back. If you put too much of pressure, they might just crumble.
Is just 2 play days. Okay, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm about to expose myself. Every time I have cheered for this team, every time I put them into my predictions, they've done terribly. Today, I think is probably the one day in my entire career that I have put RRQ into my predictions. They're actually doing reasonably well. So, I have a good feeling about this map. Aside from the fangirling though, it's not just RRQ. I kind of want to point out the Indonesian teams. I don't know what it is about this region. They are also quite good on this map. So it might not be RRQ. It could be Bigatron. It could be EVOS. It really could be anyone in this particular grouping. But I feel like if there's some teams to kind of look at, you probably want to look at some of the Indonesians because regionally and historically, if we look at the consistent stats, Indonesia just really loves this map. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I most definitely agree with you. They do love this map. Thus far though, they have been outshined on this map. I mean, Buriram has, shown up in a very, very strong way, albeit not the most consistent. Why Esports have come out of nowhere, dominating Kalahari. They've got 2 Booyahs at Kalahari so far. And guess what? They've been playing with the Indonesians on this map. And that has just been phenomenal, right? It has been absolutely shocking. So I am actually looking for a comeback play from the Vietnamese squad because today has been horrendous. Hua has not really shown up. They've had very few points that they picked up there on the battlefield. So if they can use this Kalahari as a good platform to launch back into the game to really pick up some solid points, I'll be a happy man.
I'm so glad you mentioned them as well because this team has just for today, they have not impressed me. And I kind of fear it was just that 1 week wonder kind of thing. But if Hua can make the comeback happen, if this is the map, it's got to be this one. So fingers crossed for people and teams that are cheering for Hua Esports, but I do think we kind of look at some of the Indonesians. And actually, we can also look at Falcons because Falcons, they won the Esports World Cup because of Kalahari. So probably another team to kind of look out for, assuming Bigatron doesn't get the snipe, because that's what's happened during the first 2 games. Falcons just kind of floating along. They're not soaring, they're not diving, they're just kind of there. But maybe this is where we see the team make that comeback happen, because they just had a really tough day today.
RRQ picking up a back-to-back Booyah, and Ma'al picking up the back-to-back MVP title, albeit this time not a crushing number of eliminations on his side, but the team performed decently well along him as well, right? A total of 14 eliminations, just 2 points short of what they got in the previous game. Expecting them to perform 3 games in a row might be a little bit too much to ask, but when you've got the momentum on your side, why not run away with it?
Run away with it, fly with it. Grow some wings and fly. I know their mascot is it a porcupine? Or is it, I think it's a porcupine. I don't know my animals. The spiky one. The spiky thing. Grow some wings and fly, my boys, because you have the momentum. Just keep flying with it.
I don't think evolution works like that, but
well, in my imagination,
one can
that's
dream.
all that matters, I suppose.
One can dream.
I'm dreaming as a fan here. Oh my gosh. But I would like to see some kind of surprise, I suppose, for Kalahari. I kind of want somebody that is just unexpectedly come out of the woodworks to get the booyah here for Kalahari, because I think today something that results have been pretty stable today. I don't think we've seen any teams get booyah today that we have just been like, oh, they've come out of the blue. We didn't expect them to get the booyah. I think our top performing team, I guess EVOS. Yeah, EVOS is our standout team. But then again, I don't think this is a team that you should really be looking down on. I just think they did really bad during week 1. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about here. I just think Kalahari is...
You're a funny one.
No, I need help. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked GOW is biting away big points here. You know,
Yes,
17 points, second place, and this is some consistent plays out of this squad. Because if you look at GOW's performance last week, it wasn't anything to shout about. You know, they got 49 points on a solid full day of play, and today they are already at 48, and we've still got a couple of maps to play, right? So huge performance upgrade here from the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, I think I said this before and I'll say it again. Massive improvement from this team all round. Last year, I looked at them and I was like, oh, they're just the Bermuda one-hit wonders, but they've really stepped it up, and they probably could be the next Vietnam team to really put Vietnam on the map, because that was technically PE Sports during the Esports World Cup, but GOW, if they can play like this and if they can keep this going, okay, don't have it be a 1 week thing, keep it going, they could be the next IT team for the region.
Not yet. The time has not come.
We're getting it. We're getting it.
They have lost death to Hua Esports, and the loss of death to Hua Esports has definitely taken away some of their firepower, and Hua is making good headway with that player on their side. But this week, with the down performance coming through from Hua, GOW is using that opportunity to climb back up. Once again, in just 3 games, they have already outdone their first day of play last week. And this is a huge improvement coming through from the squad already. They continue the day like this, they're going to outperform their second day as well, where they picked up about 70 points. So this is a huge upgrade coming through from GOW. Whether or not they're going to be consistent with this, I really don't care. But seeing 2 Vietnamese squads, you know, really climb the ladder in such a heated competition on a Southeast Asian level like this really makes me smile, because, you know, just a couple of seasons ago, everybody would be saying, you know, Vietnam should not be given so many slots. They are making good work with those slots.
Look, sometimes you kind of have to let the teams from a new region get a bit of a beating so that they learn their lesson, and then they can grow the region together. So I agree with you. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. Maybe need a couple more rounds in the washing machine, but for Vietnam, definitely a region to look out for. I really think they're a region that has a lot of untapped potential, and they just need a little bit more fine polishing, just a little bit more. But we are really seeing it over the course of these past couple years. Like Vietnam, you don't look at this region and say like, oh, it's a free elimination, free points. No. That's not the case anymore. We are prepping for map number 4, folks, so thank you so much for being patient. We're going to be jumping into Kalahari in just a moment. We're just waiting for a couple of players and teams to kind of get ready here, but I think we are ready and good to go here, AJ.
Absolutely. I asked for a all-out Indonesian dominance last week when Groups B and C went into engagement. I didn't get it, but at least this week it seems to be showing up strong for the nation. EVOS RRQ dominating the Booyah screen thus far. But let's see how many more teams from Indonesia rise up to the occasion.
Or we could be seeing a break in the chain, and maybe we don't have an Indonesian team grab the Booyah. Just going off of our past stats, we did kind of talk about this a little bit before, but the best team on this map was Booyah United. They're not in this grouping, unfortunately, so we kind of don't need to look at them. But Hua Esports and Falcons, these two teams are playing in this group. And look, AJ, as great as Hua did last week, I'm really not impressed with this team. Like, they have seriously fallen off. What happened? Like, what did they do last week that made them such a star?
It's not what they did last week. It's what PE Sports did for Vietnam. Because you're talking about Hua Esports. They used to be known as the #1 squad in Vietnam. They used to be Flash, and Team Flash used to dominate, and they used to be the ones making a lot of noise. And when they could not show up, they in fact couldn't even qualify. PE Sports picked up the Vietnamese flag and flew it all the way to Riyadh. Absolutely shocked the world, made the nation proud, and they felt a little bit left out. And Hua comes in and he says, you know what, I'm going to sponsor your organization. Let's get together and see exactly what we can do. They came out the gates. They were absolutely explosive week one. They were determined to show us what they've got in store for the competition. And I can tell you, based on how they walked away with those Booyahs, they have got a lot more in store for us. So I'm not going to be too disappointed with the way they're playing out there today. I think some changes are definitely in store. But what has happened is the other teams are a little bit more hungrier and clearly effective out there.
Yeah, because I think my fear with this team is just the fact that to effectively, potentially, it hasn't happened yet, but to effectively flunk on one day, I am worried that that flunk is not just going to be one day, and that it might bleed into several play days. And as much as I want to say this team is safe, I don't think they're safe on that leaderboard. I do think they can fall out of that top cut, and that would be one of the worst ways to drop out of that top ranking, right? To be there and to look comfortable, but then just to slowly fall to your death. That's really tough to swallow for anybody.
I mean, Falcon Esports, after 3 games, only have 22 points. So if they can fall, you know, anybody can fall out there on the battlefield.
Yeah.
It's all about how you manage. There's no hoping and praying. You just go out there and you just give your best
just
game
shoot
after
someone,
game.
Man.
And that's the main reason why we've got 18 days in here to play in the knockout stages. We know crazy situations like this might just make you lose your spot in the grand finals. Therefore, we give you more play days.
Now, speaking of play days, Hua, this is the team that I've been really worried about. They've actually been attacked here by EVOS, and so far, EVOS, they have most of their players and maybe Hua. Are they making the comeback happen here, AJ?
Oh yeah, but Death needs this, and he gets exactly that. But Shin and Yanbin down on the ground. Good day. Calling out for backup, and Death with a good solid glue wall in the nick of time. Poppy takes Aim God out of the equation. G'day in a lot of hot soup right here, right now. Pocket Market, do you have it in your hand, G'day? It looks like the answer might just be yes. He was awaiting that player. Bison in hand. He goes down, but the revival will not be in play. Bye, EVOS Divine, says wow.
Wow. So,
yeah.
Am I feeling a little bit better about this? Yes. Because if you get 4 eliminations... Stop laughing at me, sir. But no, seriously, starting off with 4 eliminations, this is definitely going to get that blood pumping for the team. So, you know, good chance. I hope they're going to be able to continue with this.
Oy.
Now for Expand, too fast. Trying to go for this 1v1. He does get the knock there, but Expand looking a little wounded here as they still need to get that revive off onto Axel.
Uh-oh, good trade here. And yes, they did manage to get the knock, but no eliminations on the side of Expand as Onyx Olympus sneaks that 1 point away from them. Too fast is going to go in here for the pursuit, and I'm afraid that point might just be stolen away, or they could be pursued by the players on the side of Onyx. And as I speak about Onyx, here comes God of Wolf on our screen as well at command post. So things are going to get a little bit more messy for the Malaysian squad. As I speak of it, we move on over to Santa Catarina, and it's the same squad. What is Expand doing, splitting up so early?
I wish I could answer that question. Maybe trying to go for this very high risk, high reward macro kind of play to try and pick up that loot, but they're gonna have to deal with heavy first, and they really need those bullets to land to get those immediate knocks. But that is not what's happening here, and they have a massive numbers disadvantage. One of their players is not even on the Santa Catarina; it's actually off onto the mainland. I fear for Expand. They're about to lose a big chunk of their team again.
Afik! Oh, beautiful play, Afik! But unfortunately still has to go down in the 2v1 situation. Stayed alive long enough, could not call for backup. And Heavy has got heavy backup right here at Santa Catarina. 3 players looking for just one. Axel is going to be expanded once again. And this is just not looking good for the squad from Malaysia. One more survivor, Achap. Only with the Vector in hands is going to hope and pray that Heavy does not have the R1 to scan the area.
Yeah, let's hope they don't find that. On the other side of the map, though, we're seeing a pretty big Bigatron of all the teams to run into. This could spell trouble for 4Cap because I think he's just about to run into Ekal there. And that might just be it there for 4Cap. Oh.
Yep. Just too much of pressure to deal with as he was running away from one. Another team showed up in the unfortunate moment, unfortunate situation to end Achap's hopes, and now Heavy backs away as Bigatron takes over Santa Catarina, and the engagement between Bigatron and Falcons, this is the storyline that will go ahead to continue. Falcons now observing the area from afar, but Pyong stirring the hornet's nest instantly.
Oh man, I don't think this is an intentional invade. I'm very sure Falcons knew this is Bigatron right off the bat. They probably would have bailed, but they're going to commit to this, and this could be massive because if Falcons go down again, this is going to stump their entire run for the day. They do have 2 players on the Santa Catarina. They have 2 players on the mainland. I'm not a fan of this. I really want On Fire to get on the Santa Catarina because when you're playing this far apart and this split, you are not going to get those pickups at all.
Coscu and Peter is leading the squad. One more has not gotten into position just yet with his snipes. On Fire a little bit too far. Ekal cutting down the distance. And now in a 3v4, Falcons in a very rough spot. Peter Tatsuya first gets out of the way, but Ekal still finds his back.
Ekal finds his back. On Fire getting caught as well. And one more getting caught too. Oh, Falcons. This team just gets picked apart by Bigatron. I don't know how they do it. Bigatron, absolute monsters, forcing Falcons to just go for the revives.
5 out of 5. 5 times they meet Falcons and 5 times they clip their wings. Speaking of wings, the final player left alive on the side of Thoda brings Zen back in and keeps Thoda still alive as WAG looks to end their run.
I think Falcons might need to borrow that player because I think they need those wings considering how tough things have been for them today. But WAG, yep, really nice jump there for WAG just to go for those remaining players. I don't think it's going to be a really tough game here. God of Wolf though actually running into RRQ. 2 players down, so that's going to be 2 eliminations for the Indonesians. This game looks like it might be in favor of the Indonesians yet again, AJ.
GOW didn't get the memo that Refinery belongs to RRQ. In fact, it has belonged to them for so long. Garena was thinking of changing that location's name to RRQ. That statement has not been verified. Don't quote me on that.
It's okay. We'll see what happens. Look, if it happens, we know where it came from. Oh, Kabi!
Beautiful play. Kabi spots one, nails one. Instant execution as well. And the FGL desperately trying to take down Kabi's glue wall, but the guy's got quick feet, XM8 in hand. He backs away, tries to take a 180, but Kipes quickly finds his footing. And Kabi will pay the high price as 2 players catch up with him.
1 for 1. I think he's pretty happy with that overall, just to get that 1 elimination. He was all alone. We did see a revive on the side of Falcons, so slowly but surely the Falcons are emerging from the nest and hoping to get themselves back into this game. Todak, though, gone for a bit of a skirmish themselves, picking up a nice elimination there onto one of the heavy members. Still looking for 1 more here. Vitan, not looking too happy here because where's the rest of the team? Not there.
Not there at all. Let's see if or not they can make a little bit of a change here for themselves. A little bit of an interesting twist of fate for Thoda. As Heavy has 1 more player on the sub. Thoda on the revive already, but they are all split on the battlefield. So, come back to the action. This is the melodrama that has been continuing from the very first game. Falcons up against Bigatron. And it looks like Koja will be able to find yet another player constantly farming on the Falcons. Bigatron Delta has built their name for themselves in this competition just by going up against Falcons.
Seriously, just farming them at this point in time. Now, Falcons, they still have Cosq. He did leave the scene really early, so the rest of the team was really there just to buy some time, but I can't imagine how poor Falcons are this game, just constantly having to go for those revives. But look at how relentless this team is. And actually, ooh, they've run into Hua.
Run into Hua, indeed.
Oh, that's how Shin.
Find a different way out of here as Shin gets expanded. Bigatron Delta 10 eliminations up. And it looks like they're going to try to aim to hit a booyah on this map. Can they get it done? My goodness me.
I think they have to have some kind of revenge, especially with what happened on Alpine. The fact that they just got eliminated right off the bat, probably looking for some kind of redemption arc, and things are looking really good here if Bigatron keep things the way that they are. But looking at the circle so far, it is leaning a little bit more towards the bottom right, not so much that dead center circle. So teams coming in from that northeastern side will need to start making that run because we are at that second circle. You don't want to be caught in the blue zone when you have that third zone because that is going to start getting a little painful. And classic RRQ, just hanging out at the top, trying to spot out any teams coming a little too close to Refinery because... yeah, I don't think anyone wants to challenge them on Refinery, period.
Let's see if or not WAG will continuously hunt down the rest of the players from the side of Toda. They will spread up and yet another elimination.
Ooh.
WAG has that high ground and look at Ghost and X-Ball just side by side. Woodpecker in their hands, looking for Noki. Wings trying to respond with that AC-80, finding no angle to work with. And X-Ball is waiting for that opportune moment. Finds one off.
Okay, interesting choice here. I kind of wonder what really happened down there because there's a lot of glue walls that were expended. My guess is Todak ran into someone else, then they deployed all the glue walls and now they've just been spotted by WAG, probably?
No,
Hard
they just wanted the assault bunker. They wanted some extra weapons. And you can see the line of glue walls there from the defensive spot right down there to assault.
Yeah.
So the good news is they only had to waste one player. But now Hua Esports is going to potentially lay waste to the rest of the Toda squad as they rotate in, looking for the circle, accidentally finding the Malaysians.
Accidentally on purpose, perhaps. If they do spot them, would be great. Although on the other side, though, because they twisted Mines and Bigatron going for a skirmish themselves and Twisted, they have two players outside the blue zone right now.
See if or not they can survive this one. Diamond and Saming trying their best to catch up with the rest of the Twisted Mind players. And perhaps they are not really betting big on this engagement. Diggs finds his way back up. Trogon in hand. Yum switches sides with him. This is just a death mission and he does pay the big price. One wrong step from Bigatron and that messes up their lighting. Exposy now. Diggs will get caught out as well. One final survivor. And Bigatron Delta, a huge mistake up against Twisted Minds and they get expanded in the 10th spot.
So, 10 eliminations, right? Before they got eliminated. So they got the eliminations. This team getting a little bit too aggressive, running into the wrong team at the wrong moment there. But hang on a minute though, Hua, Todak actually trying to go for the engagement there onto Hua. And for Zen, he's just hiding in the other compound. They've seen what's happened to the team. They just get completely destroyed. Oh my gosh, Riptide Rhythms! Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, two Riptide Rhythms from two different angles. My goodness, sorry. 4 Riptide Rhythms from two different angles. And Hua Esports had no defenses to play with whatsoever. Now scrambling around, hoping and praying. Nobody shows up through those windows. But Yanbin finds one sprayed down as he tries to sneak away through the portal goal. Poppy just waiting on the opposite end, hoping and praying someone takes that.
I love how Poppy's just preemptively positioning herself for a free potential elimination if someone comes on through. But holy moly, what was that? Insanity. Speaking of insanity, we could be seeing another one here. WAG occupying the top of the cliff and Onyx actually hugging the bottom of the cliff face themselves. And seeing that circle, this will push WAG. And I'm curious to see how they're going to try and go down this cliff face because they don't really have too many options.
And WAG now, they don't really have to run away from this position just yet. They still have a decent enough way to rotate towards that next circle. But Cyrus, with the connections off of his farmers, absolutely deadly range, looking for the Falcon player. And those glue walls have managed to keep him safe for the time being. They can't play their chances too early though, as Onyx Olympus is in a deadly spot and a couple of jumps from their hook gun can get them on par.
I want to point out Twisted Minds here looking really on point this game, especially after that elimination there onto Bigatron. I actually think these guys might be the biggest threat here because their positioning, they're looking really good because RRQ, they had to make that really long walk from Refinery, and unfortunately they have to encounter a number of teams before they can really find a comfortable position within that circle. And their next objective, they have to get rid of God of Wolf.
Yeah, GOW up against RRQ. This is the number 1 going up against the number 3 team from the day. If GOW goes down here, it will be a little unfortunate. Falcon still surviving. Twisted Minds up on top, dealing the damage up against WAG, and Falcon's gonna thank them for that and back away slowly.
And Sming even standing on top of the Mammoth Bones as well, trying to throw down those Riptide Rhythms. No connections, unfortunately, but WAG doing a really good job at dodging this fight, actually trying to do their best to try and not engage at all, because the circle, it's not in favor of them at all. They need to go down that cliff face, and unfortunately, you can't just simply jump down. You need to make that slow climb.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here. Demon turns around and drops one more. The Off-Wa eliminated in 8th place. GOW in an all-out gunfight up against Falcons. And unfortunately for Demon, he won't be able to get away quickly enough. GOW Eden up as Onyx interferes as well.
And even Falcons going down. They just didn't have a way inside that circle. So Twisted Minds now going to have to try and somehow deal with Onyx. Sming doing the best that he can on that high ground, but they're going to start running out of those grenades, and we are starting to see players drop one by one as well, because remember, if you're stuck on the cliff face, you don't have an easy way down.
Could it be 4 games in a row? It is the Indonesian flag waving up and high, proud in the sky. 10 eliminations already. RRQ still alive and kicking, looking for 3 booyahs in a row. Twisted Minds, you are in for a treat.
You're in for a treat. It might even be Onyx that has to go up against RRQ, which I don't think anyone would be surprised about at all. Oh, Jack has been caught on the ground. The teams have to pick him up. But Kiba is also caught on the side of Onyx, and they're now down to 2, down to 1. It's XY Roo. Onyx is out.
Yep, Onyx is out indeed, and RRQ sneaking away the most from those engagements. Twisted Minds only have 2 more survivors in here. Even if they use that portal goal, they'll be beamed straight into the compound of RRQ. RRQ has that advantage. 1-for-1 trade. Ma'al can still be picked up. Diamond, on the other hand, will perish as the blue catches up with him. Saming, the only survivor, the top predator of week 1, will be absolutely helpless as Duts shows up with a charge buster, executes him, and RRQ 3 in a row for Indonesia. It is an all-out booyah day.
It might seem anticlimactic, but they're going to continue on with this trend. RRQ, yes, very, as some people might say for them, very boring booyah, right? They didn't really stick their nose into anyone's business, but again, their choice of positioning and their circle predictions. I really feel like this is the thing that puts this team in such a big advantage over the competition, because it could be luck, because of course when it comes to circles, it's not guaranteed that you get the right prediction, but I just don't know how they do it. The fact that they always position themselves in a way that they can comfortably sit in the circle and avoid conflict.
Yeah, I mean, if it keeps being repeated game after game, it is no longer luck. This is not just a absolute beautiful play. It is well-educated guesses one after the other. RRQ has played enough Free Fire to clearly read exactly where the circle is going to lead you to, and most of the times it is the coach, it is the analyst doing this work in the background. RRQ, the players are just listening, following those instructions, and those instructions have not wronged them a single time thus far. I mean, the consistency is mind-blowing, and this did not come by accident. This is something they've been working on competition after competition, and in the past it used to only be about the placement points. Now they're getting the placements, they're getting the booyahs plus the eliminations.
This team is refined. They aren't who they used to be, right? They are refined. They are, in some people's eyes, they are probably the gem of Indonesia. The team to always look out for at these international tournaments. So if you're an RRQ fan and you've watched them for as long as I have, I think you would have noticed the growth that these players have basically developed over these years. And you know, I kind of wonder how much further can they go? Because every year it just seems they keep getting better and better and better. Nobody plateaus. I don't know how you do that, because in most cases for esports, there comes a time where people, they plateau in skill level because maybe they don't understand the meta, maybe they don't pick up something in particular, but this team is just so flexible.
I mean, they most definitely are very flexible out there, and they are humble as well, right? When they said that they were only
So
aiming
much
for
respect,
100
yeah.
points, there's no way you aim for 100 points. RRQ is just not that team, right? It's either you're doing good or you're doing bad, and today they wanted to outperform themselves. Just through the first 4 games, they are already at 97 points. That is a huge leap coming through for RRQ. This is the best day of play that they've had thus far in the competition. 94 points and 91. That's exactly what they got in the first 2 days of play last week, and they've already outdone that, and we've got 2 more games to go. That's how good they are. So 100 points, yeah, no problem.
Let's try not to jinx them, okay? Because just 3 more points, right? Just 3 more points. But before
They
that,
can
though, we do
sneeze
have...
and get it.
They should be able to. Let's see what they have to say, though, because we do have an interview with our winning team.
In a little bit.
As it comes. Now it's ready. Let's go.
Oh no! Oh no! The throw was too early!
Oh no. I think it's... Oh. We are back, folks. So we were told there was an interview, but that might not happen now. So if there is, we'll throw it. But I honestly, I think we've heard enough of RRQ today. They've had 2 interviews, so...
Yeah, it's just like how we were told Falcons were going to bag 3 booyahs today. Not going to happen. Can't happen now. We've only got 2 games left.
Only 2 games left, 3 more points to go for RRQ. It would be shocking. I don't actually no, I'm not gonna say this because I feel like I'll jinx. Alright, now we're not gonna jinx anything. Interview's ready. Let's go.
Congratulations! This is triple booyah for RRQ Kazu. Triple booyah in a row. Wow. I'm really confident you can get many points today. So I want to talking first with you, Razor. How are you today?
Gimana kabarnya? Alhamdulillah baik.
I'm great today. Okay, what make you get triple booyah today?
Apa yang dilakukan oleh tim RRQ ini sampai bisa dapat triple booyah gitu loh hari ini?
Bermain dengan maksimal aja, konsisten.
We're playing with our maximum effort and consistency is the key.
Maximal effort. Wow. And you are in the top 1 in the overall standing. So what will you do to maintain your position?
RRQ ini ada di top 1 di overall standing. Apa yang dilakukan oleh tim untuk mempertahankan posisinya untuk selalu menjadi top 1-nya ini?
Paling setiap kalau match baru di reset aja, lupain yang tadi yang sebelumnya.
In every new match, we just forget our last match and then do our maximum effort in the new match.
Wow, I really like hearing that. It's very interesting. And last but not least, what will you do? What do you want to say to your opponents there?
Apa yang mau disampaikan ke musuh atau lawan tadi ya?
Buat tim lain semangat, berikan yang terbaik.
To other team, keep on fighting and give your best in this match.
Okay, to other team. So we still have 2 games after this, and come on, Thailand team and Vietnam team, Malaysian team, let's go. We ready for the next match. So Shoutcaster, take it away.
Loved hearing the response from Razor where he said for every match they just kind of forget what happened in the previous match and just treat every new one as a fresh game. I like that because sometimes I do think teams get a little bit lost in the sauce when you're doing a bit too well, right? You have that one map where you get a little bit too cocky. you need to stay grounded. And I love the fact that Razor, I believe he's the captain for the team. I could be mistaken here, but he is one of the oldest members of RRQ. The fact that he has so much knowledge playing Free Fire. I love having captains like that, someone that is so experienced.
He's basically saying stop living in the past and live in the moment. Each and every single map is a brand new opportunity for us to hit a booyah. They said it 3 times. They hit it 3 times. And Ma'al, 3 times the MVP for the squad. The long range shots still finding those connections and those skylers still ripping through multiple glue walls.
Superstar for this team. I really don't know how you would kind of stop RRQ, because we've mentioned time and time again, positioning has just been on point for today. Does somebody just have to run over RRQ? Do we need to see somebody just decide and make that intentional play to do a hot drop, to intercept, if you have managed to keep track of the potential flight path and general pathing for this team in general? Because like at this point in time, RRQ's just had 3 games. We haven't seen anyone really challenge them, have we?
I mean, some teams have been trying to challenge them, but nobody has been as consistent as RRQ, finding those final circles, getting in decent eliminations game after game, you know, in such confident fashion, right? So, you know, props to RRQ. It's not like the other teams are not trying. I mean, you've got Falcons, you've got Twisted Minds, you've got great big teams in this competition. You've even got their brothers Bigatron as well as teams like Onyx finding that final circle, but still unable to do what RRQ has been performing thus far.
And Mal just going to be enjoying all of the MVPs today. I think he's been MVP twice.
3 times.
I thought we had was it 3 times? I thought we had a different player for the second game. Okay, I must have been mistaken then. So, enjoying the spotlight here for the team. For Mal. We are going to be giving the teams a bit of a rest though, right? We're going to be going for a bit of a break before we do prepare for those final 2 games. I am kind of curious to know what these teams are going to have to sort of talk about during this next 10-minute period. What do you need to change, especially for our teams that are underperforming today? What do you need to change? Do you need to start targeting people? Do you just play normal? Maybe it's just an off day. Like, what are we sort of looking at here for our bottom performers? And actually, AJ, since you have the numbers, who are our bottom performers today that need to step up in the last 2 games?
Unfortunately, in this particular department, the consistency is quite painful. Toda and Expand are struggling at the bottom. Surprisingly, Heavy and Hua Esports are joining them as well. So Malaysia and Vietnam kind of brothers in arms, struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard today. But thankfully, there are more than 2 Vietnamese squads, GOW and WAG, doing pretty decently for themselves.
Yep. And in this round, you know, very unfortunate for EVOS. We saw this team really explode for the beginning half of the playday here for knockouts, but just kind of petering out. To be fair, they did probably put themselves in that kind of position to try and go for such an aggressive play, so maybe the team needs to chill, right? They got to follow the RRQ methodology. Treat every game as its own game. Don't think about what happened in the previous games.
On that note, congratulations to RRQ, first of all, for hitting 4 booyahs, the most in the competition thus far, as well as putting a decent distance between themselves as well as Twisted Minds, who are in the exact same playday today. 32 points now gap between RRQ and Twisted. So this is a huge run for them. RRQ, they've done enough already. They've already outdone the rest of their performance, but 2 more maps does not mean they'll be falling asleep. I'm sure they want at least 1 more booyah.
Look, just grab the points now and just solidify your place on that leaderboard. Be safe. I think that's really the goal for everybody. Top performers probably not really caring about this, but it's definitely the teams that are basically fighting for bottom 4, bottom 3, right? Those teams down there, like, if you can't consistently get those points in, you've got to have at least 1 play day where you just explode, and pray that that's enough to sort of keep you up there. But for teams that are not doing so well today, you've got 2 more games. You need to step it up, because in competitions like this, I think some teams kind of don't realize how important these knockout stages are. And I feel like sometimes people look at those play days and they don't do great. They're just like, oh, it's okay. It's not okay. Play every day the best that you can. You need those points.
Absolutely. And of course, in order to play your very best, you need to be well rested. We're going to give the teams a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 maps of day 1 of week 2.
Indonesia.
5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Haju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Sport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je.
jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand. Toda. Vamos Esport.
Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it.
What is up, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. We are down to our last two games here for day number 4 of knockouts, and some teams, they're flying. Those teams in particular, it's Indonesia. This region has literally sprouted wings and is flying, but we do have a couple of other regions and teams that really need to pick up those points. And with only 2 games left, one being a determined map and one being a random map, your fate is not going to be in your hands.
Technically, it is, right? Because their mobile phones are in their hands. They determine their fate.
Sure.
They just have to make sure they don't mess it up. And they can literally take their fate, throw it down the rubbish bin, or they can be like RRQ. They can use this as a day of revival, as a day to really climb this leaderboard. I mean, RRQ is using this as the best opportunity to run away from teams like Buriram. So, I mean, fantastic. I mean, AG Global's not playing. AG Global loves those points. So if you want to run away, today is the day. RRQ knows that. And what a fine way they're getting that done.
And I think the question people are asking now is whether or not this team can get another booyah, because they currently have 3 booyahs back to back today. There is a very good chance they could get another one, but then again, is this really the map for them to do so?
Yeah, yes. They do not have a booyah on Nextera just yet, but they are definitely one of the front runners of this map. They are very lethal here. Every single game they've got about an average of 11 eliminations on Nextera. They have got decent placements on this map as well. So I do not see why they cannot add this to their map tallies as well. It's going to be a fantastic first booyah at Nextera for RRQ if they can maintain this monstrous consistency.
Yeah. Now, speaking of this map in particular, we do have the stats here on the screen. So the top teams to look out for, if we look at the numbers, is Twisted Minds and Onyx. Okay, so these are the teams that are supposedly second and third best out of all the groups.
Correct.
Now, Onyx, I think Onyx have been pretty consistent today, although not to the degree where I could say like they are playing like a top team. They're definitely a mid contender. But Twisted Minds, I really expected them to play a little better today than they actually did.
They're performing pretty decently. It's just that some of the other teams are really stepping it up, right? I mean, Saming is still on his slaying ways. Top 3 knockdowns thus far, by the way. 74 through that AWM. And Dew actually losing his spot, coming through to Diamond here from Twisted Minds with the Trogon. But you can see the battlefield out there is definitely dominated by the Twisted Minds players when it comes to the engagements. It's just that today is a very, very different day. Although Twisted Minds is not really slaying on the booyah department like RRQ, let us not forget they're still holding on to that second spot on the overall leaderboard.
And at this point, ideally, you just kind of want to hang on to that. But maybe then again, maybe they're just kind of taking it easy and saying like, guys, we're kind of safe on the leaderboard. Let's try new stuff. Maybe that's why the team is looking a little bit flat. We kind of don't know what the internal thinking is for these teams, right? Because if you're in a safe position, you're kind of in a safe position to try something new that you wouldn't normally in a non-competitive environment.
At this point of time, Twisted Minds trying their best to run away from Falcons, and they're doing a good job at it. 32 points clear from the Falcon squad, who are currently sitting in 3rd place. They just need to keep up that momentum, keep hoping and praying that Falcons keep crashing, keep hoping and praying that Falcons meets Bigatron Delta on a hot drop, whatever it takes to keep the birds off their backs.
Yeah, definitely Bigatron Alpha. I think there's a lot of pressure on this team to just really put their foot onto the Falcons and be like, sorry guys, you can't fly today. You have to wait for that other group. But speaking of flying though, let's have a look at the flight path here, shall we? So it's going to be a diagonal one, not dead center, a little bit more towards the southern side, but nothing too punishing, it looks like.
Bigatron Delta up against Team Heavy very early in the Intellect Center. And I have to say, this is a 3000 IQ play coming through from the Indonesians who want to look for a recovery game right here, right now. Mota Ruins will not be occupied by anyone just yet, but that also opens it up for Team Falcons who are at Twin Bridge.
Falcons looking at Twin Bridge. Also, the next circle is going to be pretty center on, a bit more to the western side here. But Bigatron trying to find those first knockouts, but Kyung can't quite get the knock there, and actually going to have to deal with 2 players. Is Heavy going to be bringing another one down? Kabi, they're getting caught, and Bigatron 2 players down, not looking too healthy here. If they don't get these limbs very soon, this could go sour.
Oh, Diggs, he does not have the right amount of utility here. If only he had that grenade in his hands, things could have been a little bit different, but Koja is here for the backup. P90 in hand, what a spray, gets the elimination.
You got it?
Hands down, but Artemis once again from the confines of those blue walls does manage to do the damage, but Diggs does overwhelm him. Mag 7 on the play. Bigatron Delta, what a game. What a absolute monstrous play up against the opponents.
Got those 4 eliminations. Now, Heavy is not out of the picture. They did manage to get the revives in, so they're going to have to try and find a new place to spawn in. But Heavy, they've only got 1 player. And if they lose this player, it is over for them for map number 5. Switching on over here to RRQ and Todak. And Todak pretty out in the open there as Zen gets caught out immediately by RRQ. And yeah, I think if you're Todak, you kind of want to leave. Not the team you want to run into here.
If you're Todak, you don't want to run into anyone at this point. They've got an average of 4 points per game throughout the whole day of play. So they have been one of those tortured squads.
They did get Dutz though, so that was a very nice elim for the team. I hope they're not feeling too overconfident because of that elim.
I know that.
They're sticking around.
Overconfident is not how I would peg Todak. Definitely a couple of notches slightly below overconfident, but confident for sure.
They're sticking around though, so does it look like they feel like they have a chance?
My mama said the more bullets you send out, the better your chances are.
Oh my gosh,
Razor, you need the connection.
Can they finish him off though, AJ?
7 with the Vector trying. Will not be able to get the job done just yet. 7, can you get the follow-up? Razor out in the open, up against 2 players. Abe gets caught out, pants down, won't get sprayed, and Toda turns the situation around just like that.
They still have a couple players they have to be worried about here. Razor though, he gets Kevin right in the body. Oh, big takedown there. Razor helping the team recover, and yeah, Todak is out of there. It's like, guys, we took a little bit too much, and we need to recover. So switching on over here to Expand, who's actually on the very edge of the map, playing very, very slowly, very carefully. Another team that hasn't really done too well today, unfortunately. Really wanted to get those points here if possible. But there's no one in the vicinity, so for Expand, I wonder what the game plan is here for a team that is towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Like, what are you kind of thinking of doing to secure yourself those points?
At this point of time, looking at what they're doing, I am pretty confused myself as to what they are doing. But we'll catch up with Team Expand in a little bit. They are definitely one of the tortured souls out there, just like Toda. 3 average points per match. Not good at all. But Diamond! Good glue wall, but a tad bit too late, and against the wrong gun, X4 carried in the M82B. Through the glue wall it went, and a extra point for them.
I guess it was good for the team, you know, Diamond just giving his team a little bit of vision, saying, hey guys, someone's coming this way, it's time to leave. Hopefully it does work out for them, because it looks like Nameless now is going to be spotted, and God of Wolf also crossing the bridge. So Nameless might not be too happy here, because he might have to deal with 2 teams. But maybe God of Wolf actually... Oh, actually no, they didn't bail him at all. Nameless is gone, but he gets revived.
Well, it is GOW that takes the elimination. Poor Nameless hiding away from WAG, just sacrificed to another Vietnamese squad. But they are now down on the ground. WAG going in for the critical strike with a portal goal. And now 2 players from GOW down on the ground already. Demon trying to pull it right back, and he does exactly that. Goes on the ground, needs to go on a pickup spree, but unavailable. The final player, Grenade will not find him, and GOW now left with 2 players. Xbox could deal the death blow with the shots through the M82B.
Oh, they're back to the river as well, AJ. There is no way that they can get out of there. But that was such an awkward fight for God of Wolf. They thought they had their number, but WAG just coming in, perfect positioning, pushing themselves effectively off the bridge. I saw actually Dian taking fall damage, and that was the reason why he actually fell down in that original engagement. So maybe just God of Wolf not expecting WAG to play so aggressively there.
A fantastic turnaround, and GOW exits this lobby way too early, all thanks to WAG and Explore and M82B initially, and WAG not wasting too much time at all. Portal goal sends Alan straight into the thick of the battle here. Ekal with the Drogon could not take him down just yet, but another opportunity for Ekal. Alan shows up again and once again sidesteps those shots.
Oh, I love this aggressive play coming in from WAG, but they better make this work out because they were the ones to try and make this aggressive play happen. Bigatron actually going to be retreating back into this compound, and WAG realizing where they are, actually deciding to leave that fight altogether, and now maybe turning their attention to EVOS. No, taking the portal go and just leaving.
Very smart play coming through from the Vietnamese squad. And now the brothers from Indonesia can prey on each other. Bigatron Delta has backed away. EVOS Divine looking to gatekeep them. But unfortunately, the circle does not make any picks out there on the battlefield. It will hurt everyone equally. EVOS Divine just the slightly better ones with the circle play. And now they are looking to gatekeep.
Twisted Minds eliminating a bunch of WAG players off the screen as well. So it looks like there's actually a skirmish on the other side. But EVOS, though, really wanting to get onto Bigatron here. But the question is how are they going to approach this fight? Are they just going to send a couple of players in? Are they going to try and just run down this compound, just rush in together as a team? They are grouping up, so that might end up being the play here as G'day getting really close, maybe trying to open up here with that grenade for the team. No connections yet, but they are chipping away at Bigatron's health points.
They're very desperate, EVOS Divine here, going out of their way to look for this elimination. Moja will be found. Grenade once again bouncing right back on G'day. Gotta work on those tosses, buddy. But will be able to eliminate Diggs at least. One grenade gets through that window, and EVOS Divine sending the Bigatron Delta players all scrambling out there on the battlefield. Kyong will find the survival vending machine inside a museum as well. He may be able to buy one insurance policy back for himself. AVAX on the hunt. Hasn't found anyone just yet. Got to the vending machine, and he gets the double revival, and the job is done as he sacrifices himself.
Really great play. So the team's going to have to try and find a safe spot to get that revive in. Now, Twisted Minds coming in behind EVOS. We don't know if EVOS is going to be aware of this, so this could be a really dangerous ambush if this catches them completely off guard. But it does explain what happened to WAG, right? We saw them off screen just getting eliminated one by Twisted Minds. And now at the portal go on the rooftop. Oh boy, I hope EVOS are ready for this. I hope they expect it.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds don't look like they want to find that early engagement just yet. I mean, they are not really the best team out there today. So there is a potential EVOS Divine does manage to scurry away to safety. But it's all about the timing here. Saming finding them out in the open from such a high ground could just be deadly. And this might just play against the Indonesian squad.
Oh boy.
Timing.
EVOS, they're out in the open.
Timing.
AJ. Oh,
lucky. Looked like they were out in the open. We've got X-ray vision. They are well hidden away from Saming's deadly shots.
We'll have to see. All it takes is one pop, AJ. One pop, one player down. I think that's when Twisted Minds just really come in. Oh, wow. Okay. Completely revealing their position here. Monster trucks, 2 of them coming in. Oh boy, AJ. It takes one shot. All it takes is one shot.
Yeah, you do not want to deal with Saming. The snipers are the best weapon to use when your opponent is in a vehicle. And Axel, unfortunately, no vehicles on him, but sprayed out on the battlefield. No one can go in for the save just yet as well. Potentially having to expand a player very early as they hunt that final circle.
Oh boy. This could be a really awkward situation. Kyung Pi's, oh boy, this man did not have a chance. But this is going to be really awkward though, especially when these teams need to navigate their way to that next circle, especially for everyone that's not within it. They have a number of teams that they have to deal with that could potentially gatekeep them. But Bigatron though, out of the picture in 11th place. Not a good look for this team, unfortunately, especially with how explosive of a start they had.
It's very on brand for Bigatron Delta, unfortunately. Still a mid-card team for me. They're not outperforming themselves. They are not disappointing with the way they are approaching. They are making a name for themselves with those big engagements up against Falcons, who coincidentally are the highest eliminators on this battlefield where Bigatron is not playing on. But apart from that, they are not really the biggest threat out there on the battlefield just yet.
Another quiet game here for Falcons. Just biding their time. I actually like that they're just playing really slowly today, especially with how things really went during the beginning of the day. Play it slow, let the macro come in, but wow, this is not a team that wants to be running into RRQ this early on in the competition, but maybe things they could maybe potentially turn this around, because so far no bodies have hit the ground as of yet, and Mal and Dude's out, Razor as well. Hua potentially gonna win this fight.
Yeah, Death just took his own trip mine to hell. Poppy drop. This is just turning around. Yanbin desperately needs to survive this one. Has got the Drogon in hand, goes in for the pop, but that's the only... follows it up with yet another grenade. But Hua Esports out of the equation as RRQ finds the back pedal through those bullets. My goodness, almost got it though.
Very expensive engagement there for RRQ. They're going to have to burn through a lot of resources to buy some of those bodies back. So while they're going to be licking their wounds for the next couple of minutes, though, Twisted Minds still staying on that rooftop. They're playing so patiently, just really playing with that vision game. If they see anyone just like they are right now, trying to go for those snipes, unfortunately, no connections there. And they have revealed their position, and obviously EVOS, they know the Twisted Minds are on that rooftop. So Kabi just going to do the best that he can, hiding behind that corner, lying down. But whoever's in that compound there, keep your head covered.
Once again, Twisted Minds are the top team on Nextera. They are the team to beat. Falcons, one of them as well. But Falcons ambushing the players on the side of Thoda, and on fire with a backstab. That's a big play as 7 gets taken down. And now Peter, alive and kicking, will be able to knock down yet another player. Noki on the ground. Wings up close and personal. AWM to Peter to end the run of Falcons.
Falcons, it looked like they should have been able to take that, but the fact that Todak was able to keep and hold the fort for themselves, now 6 points on the board. This might just be the best run here for Todak if they're able to keep things moving. They're just going to make sure they can find their next compound, because they are very far away. And actually, Twisted Minds going right into WAG.
This is not good for Twisted Minds. Very early engagement coming through from them. And the Vietnamese squad will have a little bit of backup from the Malaysians. Expand hopping on in right after WAG. And WAG still in this game. So Twisted Minds definitely outnumbered here. And even if they can finish this off, here are the grenades. WAG out of the equation. But Twisted Minds now all barricaded in a tight little spot. Enough for Expand to toss in a couple of grenades. But those glue walls keep them safe for the time being.
They can't find any open windows. Beautiful blue walls to buy Twisted Minds some time, but now they're going to try and rush out together. That looks like the plan here. And both of Expand's front runners out of the picture. Beautiful push coming out of that compound, and now Expand sent reeling. It's down to the Axel and Too Fast to try and recover this, but I don't think that's going to happen, because look who else has joined the party. RRQ is here to play.
Yeah, RRQ down at the bottom. They're just allowing Expand and Thoda to finish the initial engagement first. What they don't realize is Onyx Olympus is right down there on the exact same floor as them. Avex from afar trying to help out the rest of his brothers as Expand gets dropped. RRQ continues the battle, finding Noki out in the open, but G'day from the back. Razor gets stacked up instantly, backs away. RRQ still 4-man strong.
RRQ still 4-man stronger. Look at this though, Avax in his classic monster truck, keeping it on the rooftop. I guess they're going to try and save this for a last man push to break those blue walls. So EVOS biding their time, letting Onyx and Todak inside the compound to do the job for them.
Yeah, all three teams here are all from Indonesia. EVOS Divine winning out this fight. They caught 2 players from the side of RRQ very close to the circle. Aim God, he has got the vantage point. A base sacrifice, and now beside him as well, RRQ has got 1 more survivor. That's not going to be able to get to him in time, but RRQ hanging on for their dear lives.
Hanging on for their dear lives, but they are running out of players, running out of health bars. And at the moment, Twisted Minds is going to be sitting out at the back here. Booyah. It looks like EVOS finally going to start bringing in these monster trucks, but they can't get close enough. Too much damage, and one player already down. RRQ still fighting in this compound, wanting to break through this wall being built up by Onyx, and actually they're now blocked off. They're going to have to try and figure out a way to get out of here without taking too much damage.
Dutch took himself out of the equation. RRQ now, they've managed to hurt themselves. They have to bide their time well. Allow Onyx Olympus to do the damage first up against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds a little bit distracted by EVOS Divine right there on their right-hand side, but Onyx Olympus taking advantage of all of this chaos as well.
Fingers
Moving
out.
in from the back. The backstab is perfect. Farming down. Exposy turns things around on Onyx Olympus, overwhelming the players from the side of Twisted Minds. And here comes EVOS Divine as well.
Twisted Minds, they're running out of space. They were just advanced by too many teams. RRQ, look at the eliminations. 14 eliminations for this team, and they keep on pushing Twisted Minds out of the game. Now it's going to be EVOS and RRQ. So here's the thing, Aim God, is your aim as godly as your name?
Oh my goodness, in a 2v1 once again, an all-out Indonesian circle. Ma'al and Razor going up against Aim God. It is the battle of the shotguns right here, but Razor has got the Bison as well.
Aim God.
And the spray's on. Aim God barricades himself in solid blue wall. Razor says, peekaboo. The Booyah is ours. 4 Booyah in a row. 5 Booyahs to Indonesia, the dominating region of week 2.
What was that madness? I am surprised we didn't see more bodies hit the floor in that compound. But the perfectly well positionings, the amazing play coming out from, I feel like EVOS, the fact that they were on the rooftop, that sort of put a stop to what could have been a full-on attack within the compound. There was just split attention from Twisted Minds on the outside trying to get rid of EVOS, and then you had the inner fights with RRQ and Onyx. Like, oh my gosh, that endgame, just insane. So many explosions.
4 Booyahs in a row. This is not what luck looks like. Your fate is in nobody's hands but yours. RRQ. What a dominant showing throughout the whole day. My goodness, unbelievable consistency, and the 5th Booyah of the competition for them.
5th Booyah, most Booyahs I think out of all of our competing teams. And with how they're playing, they could get another one because we have our random map coming up. The only map this team did not get the Booyah on was Bermuda.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance we could randomly roll Bermuda and they could possibly go back and pick up that final Booyah. But again, like, I don't think RRQ have anything left to prove. If anything, I tell them just to kind of slow down. You know, don't go too far with this.
They missed the Booyah on Bermuda. They almost got it. They walked away with a 3rd spot and 10 eliminations. This could have been 5 Booyahs back-to-back for RRQ that just kind of, they fell short on, but it really doesn't matter, right? Once again, 100 points for the day. It was definitely a very humble target for the Indonesian squad. And this is all on the fact that they sacrificed their own player to a grenade in that final circle and still took the Booyah. They were helping the other teams thin down their own numbers, and they still walked away with the victory.
Man, who can stop this team? This isn't just a random day where they're just getting lucky with all of these Booyahs. Everything has been deliberate. Everything has been a decision. Everything has just been perfectly executed. I don't know how you stop this team.
You don't. You just go with the flow. You just let them take the dominance. And if you want to catch up with them, you got to look for that final circle just like RRQ. But once again, to get to where RRQ is here today, they had to go through many competitions, always being kind of made fun of as the team that does not know how to find engagements. They were always looking on that final circle, and they have perfected it finally. And when they look for those engagements, they're so deadly.
You know, they have done so many interviews today. Do you think they have anything left to say to us? We're going to find out because we have our interview lined up with RRQ ready to go.
Booyah, booyah, booyah for RRQ Kazu! Yay! Congratulations for you! And again, RRQ Kazu, you are the strong team today. So I want talking first with you, Abai.
Yeah,
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, so you always booyah today. What's your secret?
Hari ini tuh buyah terus untuk tim RRQ. Rahasianya apa sih?
Rahasianya percaya sama satu tim aja.
The secret is just trust your team.
Trust your team. Are you sure? And yeah, what's your preparations for today?
Persiapan apa sih untuk tim bisa sampai buyah 4 kali di hari ini?
Semalam makan mie gacoan bareng soalnya.
Last night we eat mie gacoan together with all of our team.
Yes, gacoan is some food in Indonesia, like a noodle, right? So, what's your favorite map and why?
Map apa sih favorit di dalam game ini dan kenapa alasannya?
Paling Kalahari. Soalnya tuh rotasi kita ya gampang soalnya ada launchpad juga kan.
It's Kalahari because our rotation is easy over there.
Easy because you have launchpad. And last questions for you. What do you want to say to your opponents there?
Apa sih yang mau disampaikan ke musuhnya yang tadi di sana?
Please, Taunting.
Nggak apa-apa. Nggak ada dah kata-kata. Penting.
Maybe you have something to message for opponents. Thai team maybe.
Rendah hati aja, rendah hati.
Come on.
Just keep low profile.
Okay. And once again for RQ Kazu, make some noise! Congratulations! And now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
If there's one thing we know for sure, these are really, really humble winners, right? I mean, they set the bar really low for themselves. They're overachieving and they don't want to flex on anyone.
They don't want to flex on anyone. Their favorite map is probably the most hated map by a lot of players, by a long margin. Look, these guys are built different, okay?
Yep.
And I kind of feel like you need to be built different to take down a team that is built like that. So I want to know, obviously we all want to know, what is this final map going to be? Because this final map could be the determining factor as to whether or not this Booyah streak gets cracked. Does it get broken? Because as good as RRQ is, I think that this can be broken. It
Bermuda.
absolutely can.
I want it to be Bermuda for a simple reason. They have done it on every other map except Bermuda.
Except Bermuda. Or they come back and they get the Beyond Bermuda and then they get the full trifecta. Well, wait, quad. The 5-factor. There we go.
The pentafecta.
5-factor. We'll stick with that. It doesn't make sense. Don't listen to us. So
They're almost there. So please, Mr. Randomizer or Miss Randomizer, whichever one you would like to be, I would love to see Bermuda as the final map. And if we get our prayers answered early, then I'm going to be a very happy boy. But of course, even if we do get to Bermuda, RRQ needs to break all boundaries and outdo whatever they could do. And Ma'al, 4 times in a row, baby, hitting that MVP.
man's happy. I mean, he is probably looking as happy as he can. Honestly, that every win they get, I love the reaction. Like, it's not somebody that has had back-to-back booyahs and they're just like, oh yeah, that's great. They behave as if like that's the first booyah they have had in the entire day. I love how much respect they have for every win that they have, not taking anything for granted. And I feel like to be a winner, you need to have that mindset to be able to have the same level of respect for every opponent, for every map. Don't underestimate your opponent because you think you're above them. I feel like that is something that sets some teams behind and makes them fail to reach the height of their esports career.
This is a very interesting setup coming through from RRQ. They have got 2 players running Shani and her gear recycle, which kind of explains how they are so tanky in some of those gunfights out there. Very interesting meta because Usually you only see a single Shani running out there by the support player of the squad. So RRQ are onto something here. And if anybody would like to copy some of their secret of success, I'm very sure they're more than willing to share a little bit of their ideas out there on the battlefield. And you look through those numbers, very solid elimination, 16 for the squad. And they hit those high numbers once again, 28 points.
28 points. Can they go higher, AJ?
Wow. And
No?
RRQ once again. No, I mean, higher maybe, but RRQ once again showing up on the elimination leaderboard. Ma'al and Razor kind of hopping on in here. And throughout the whole day, RRQ has just been dominating on the eliminations. In fact, the whole of the Indonesian region has been dominating. 25 eliminations from Ma'al. Razor has 16. Duts has 15. RRQ is just bagging those numbers.
Bagging those numbers because everyone on the team is equally skilled. I think that's something that needs to be mentioned for this team as well. This is not a team that's being carried by one superstar. Everybody is equally skilled. They're able to carry each other if someone is taken out early. Just, it's such a well-rounded team. It's not a case of you just eliminate one player and the entire team crumbles. They're able to play independently. So I want to know what this last map is. Like, who is this final map potentially going to favor? And can these other teams that are favorable on this map topple the Indonesian Giants, because they are the team to beat today?
See, that is the difference between you and I, Danny. You are wondering, I am manifesting. Bermuda.
You're manifesting. I thought you're manifesting teams. I didn't realize you're manifesting just a single map.
No. Just the map. Just the map. I want to see
okay.
the pentafecta here today.
The Pentafector. Okay. So before that, though, just very quickly, game standings for match number 5. So RRQ nabbing the booyah, 28 points as well. 8-point lead over second place. Even though Twisted Minds, I think this team would have loved to grab more points. 20 points, considering how things have gone for this team. I think they're happy. They're okay with that. EVOS, this was a recovery round for them. I think they scored a donut in that last round, or just a couple points before they got eliminated. They didn't do so well.
They got 1 point in Kalahari.
Okay. So the recoup round, okay, 19. Obviously, they want to grab some more, lock themselves into that top 12 because that's where they want to be, because they did a massive climb. And it looks like for EVOS, they are sitting comfortably in 10th place. They haven't moved, but look at the difference between them and WEG and Onyx. Just 2 points. 2 points between these teams. So close.
Insane stuff. And Vietnam slowly but surely pushing their teams up higher and higher on the leaderboard. Indonesia is eventually catching up as well. You can see EVOS, Bigatron, as well as Onyx Olympus all side by side each other. But my main focus point here is also the distance between RRQ, Twisted Minds, and Falcons. Falcons are 57 points behind Twisted Minds, and that is huge. Both these teams are in here playing today alongside RRQ, and RRQ at the point of time is 97 points ahead of Falcons. That is huge. EWC champions, not a threat for us at all since the Indonesians.
It's okay. Okay, Falcon fans, they're sitting there, they're just saying Falcons are biding their time because it's just knockouts, okay? It's not playoffs, okay? So there's still hope, fam. But I think something does need to change for this team, because to play like this, I think some of the fans have been like, come on, Falcons, okay? We need a little bit of, pizzazz.
Bermuda,
but here's the map selection.
Bermuda.
You're kidding. You're kidding! Oh my lord.
Let's go! Now it's all up to RRQ.
This man manifested. So is RRQ manifesting this win? They better be right now.
Well, whatever it is, I want it to be an Indonesian team to smash the booyah on this final game. If it's RRQ, it's all the better. If it is any other Indonesian team, I'll still take it as a win for the nation. I expected this scoreline last week. I didn't get it, but I don't care about the timing. As long as I get to see some perfection like this in the world of Free Fire, I am a happy man. Tonight, I can sleep sound. I do not have to have any dreams. This is my dream.
Wow, okay. Your life is set. I wish I could live that same life, sir. Okay. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to jump into this game though, because I really want to know what is going to be on the table for these teams, and whether or not we get that final booyah for RRQ. For all we know, EVOS just get another repeat, right? That is very much possible. But at the same time, is Bigatron going to be able to get the exact same jump onto Falcons? Because I don't think Falcons are going to let them play the exact same game that they did in game number 1. I feel like something has to change, and either Bigatron doesn't catch them or Falcons move. Something needs to change for these two teams.
I don't think Falcons is looking to move. I don't think Bigatron is looking to move. I think we get to see another hot drop shenanigan between the two dominators out there. But look at this, top 3 on this map is actually GOW making an appearance once again. They haven't let go of their throne just yet. They do have the most number of points picked up on Bermuda, that is 67, and I really like the consistency out of this squad. They say too easy, Falcons, come on. King of Bermuda, I want to see, you see, on fire. He's like, calm down, Peter, calm down. You know, things are not going to go our way if you guys flex it too early.
The things have not gone too well today, sir. We kind of need to show them we can do it. I mean, maybe this could be it. You know, this could be the map, and they actually beat Bigatron, and they just go on and just completely wipe the competition. We don't know. We're just gonna wait and see. I kind of want to know what this flight path is going to be as well, because there's always the off chance that you get a extremely one-sided flight path, and that really can, I feel, knock some teams off a notch, because you potentially don't get where you want to be, or it takes you forever to get to where you want to be, and then you have some other teams running an absolute rampage whilst you're just barely setting up.
Well, speaking of setting up, we are setting up the flight path down here on Bermuda, round 2 for week 2, day 1, baby, and yet another opportunity for RRQ to pull off the most amazing run of Booyahs in the history of Free Fire Esports. Yes, I said the history of Free Fire Esports, never before done. 5 Booyahs back to back on every single map in a row. But of course, they kind of got the Bermuda sequence wrong, but who is counting?
Who cares? Here we go. Flight path. AJ, is it gonna be a nice one? And it is a pretty generous one. So top to bottom, but do we get the hot drops? We're kind of getting a situation. It's a warm drop. I'm surprised they stuck around. I honestly cannot believe Falcons. They still have the confidence to stick around.
I mean, they are the reigning defending Southeast Asian champions and the champions of the Esports World Cup. They are very confident in what they can do out there on the battlefield. Albeit, the confidence hasn't really been shining through. But you gotta respect Zyro, and his confidence just flew on out there in the face of death itself and tried to challenge it.
I mean, he had no choice, right? So sometimes just shoot your shot, you know, you never know what happens. ABAX though going to go down there as Diamond securing the first elimination here for Twisted Minds. Another team that's just kind of flying under the radar today. I really thought Twisted Minds were going to perform a little bit better, but the Indonesians really dominating the maps for today. But Twisted Minds looking to play pretty mobile, going to be using those motorcycles, and actually we're going to be seeing a little skirmish here between Hua and Onyx, and it looks like for Shin gonna win this one. Nice little 1v1, securing another elimination for the team.
And that's the curse of being a good team. Twisted Minds is actually doing better than their second day of play, and yet you're like, nah, they're just here.
I have high expectations. I have high expectations.
They're on their way up. I mean, they've done good enough to keep up with RRQ and put a distance up against Falcon.
I have expectations. They're a little too high, okay? So don't listen to me, okay? I'm not somebody on the team. I'm a spectator. But I know how good this team can be on a good day.
I know exactly how they can be on a good day. Absolutely twisted they are. But of course, 77 points today is still very decent. Twisted Minds can maybe take the humble target of RRQ and aim for that 100. They're not too far away from it, just 23 points. And that's very easy for a team like Twisted Minds to pull off of Bermuda.
Boy, so almost got Poppy. Almost got it. Now it's going to be a little 2v2 here. Evos versus Qua. And look at this though. Immediate dash in. And oh, Ray getting punished, and G'day as well. Oh boy, not what you're looking for.
Smart play. He got the track there. It is Shin that finds the first connection, and Yan Bin still will be able to get the follow-up from the back, although he missed the first opportunity. I mean, at the end of the day, the final shot matters, and Hua Esports up by 4 points.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm seeing Falcon bodies hit the ground here. Look at this. 4 Bigatron Nice or 2 players going down. History repeats itself, friends.
And they're going in here for the chase. Bigatron Delta, Koja, misstep on this. And all the way into Observatory where we find a sneaky little one more trying his best to get away. Question is, are you broke, sir? Do you need some extra change, sir? Dix will be the first one to find him. Good glue wall erected already. Koja flanking on from the right-hand side alongside Ikal and Pyong. This is all over for Falcons as they drop one more. But the team will still stay surviving out there.
The team will stay surviving and one more getting picked up because we did see, I believe, 2 players being brought back during that chase as well, and Kozku getting that 3rd buyback as well. So the Falcons, they have stabilized, but they are going to start back into this game quite poor. So hopefully they can get that macro game going. Diamond, though, not looking too hot himself, being chased by Hua. But look at this, the Yanbin caught inside the compound.
Poppy just getting tagged up by X-Posy. Multiple tags will not put him down and out of the equation just yet. And X-Posy will have the advantage here against Poppy. Ay, Poppy, what are you doing? Also see that miles away, and he just threw away a great opportunity for Hua to have a 4v4 fight up against Twisted Minds.
And Twisted Minds now up to 5 eliminations, so looking pretty snazzy for this early game here. As we do see a player flying in. Everyone trying their best to try and survive. And look, in this game, we've still got 12 teams. Nobody has been eliminated. Everyone really trying to play that game of survival here. Although I'm not sure if anyone's going to survive from this engagement because it's WAG chasing after Expand.
Expand trying their very best to get rid of WAG here. Too fast holding the back lines here for the squad. One gets taken down, and that is the only hit from the side of Expand. Cyrus looking for yet another, and up it goes down. My goodness, just one quick knock for him, instantly taken down. Expand trying their best for that revival. And Too Fast gets one in before he himself gets into an engagement. Yet another knock for the captain himself, but no follow-ups available as those grenades are all out.
Oh, On Fire being chased as well. Bigatron absolutely relentless when they're trying to go for these elimination points. And it's just On Fire. I mean, this man is just trying to buy time for his team. I kind of question how many players are still around for Falcon. Is On Fire the only one left? Do they still have someone remaining? Oh, they definitely have. Okay, there we go. They've got their players, but there's more points for Bigatron here because they are farming for these points. Kyung been caught though, thanks to one more.
Blade, Coscu down on the ground, On Fire taken out as well. Ikal with a jump shot. Drogon, courtesy of those knocks, and On Fire and squad a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members, and still Falcons hanging on, but Bigatron Delta 6-4-6, baby, winning out every single engagement up against Falcons. Falcons has had no comeback against this Indonesian squad just yet.
Oh, and they've also spotted out Falcons as well. So they're out of their hiding spot, trying to buy some time here. And look, if Bigatron keep chasing Falcons, they're just going to keep getting free points at this point, because that's what it's kind of looking like here. And for Bigatron, they're happy.
Falcons are not free points. What you talking about? Falcons are very pricey points out there on the battlefield that Bigatron is earning a huge name from. Look, Bigatron is not the strongest team out there. Bigatron, as a matter of fact, is ranked number 7 between the 12 teams that are playing out there. So, yeah, they are not making a name for themselves, but through just this one engagement with one specific team on the battlefield.
Biggest bully.
That's exactly how you flex what you know you don't have out there.
Okay, all right. Before we have a bit of a burn here on the broadcast, Twisted Minds being pressured by God of Wolf. Now, in the past, I would have said this would have been an advantage for Twisted Minds, but Diamond going to be coming in, going straight onto Ton. God of Wolf, though, really backing up, really not happy with this at all, seems.
You gotta love the beauty of that timing. 2 players just hanging back with the portal goal and waiting for the 2 other players to circle around with the vehicle before hopping on in. GOW, though, with the timing of the move away. Dian wanted to make such a huge play, but X-Posy disables him. What a headshot. Grenade launcher disabled. And now they pick apart GOW one after the other.
Going after them one after the other, and they should be able to finish them off here. Not quite able to finish off Demon, though. Really great blocks there with the glue walls, but unfortunately for Demon running out of hiding places, and Twisted Minds completely removing the team from the picture. But for God of Wolf, they still have a couple players in the game, thankfully, thanks to the revive system. But after that skirmish, I wonder if Onyx have actually heard that.
RRQ shutting down Expand players one after the other. This one is a freebie for them. Expand hasn't really been having a great day. Axel! Unfortunately for him, trying to pump gas, but man, you had no vehicle there. Not so sure what he was thinking.
Oh boy, Expand. They thankfully have one player out. So RRQ sitting on a very comfortable 4 eliminations. And speaking of eliminations, Twisted Minds leading the scoreboard with 10 eliminations to their name. And feeling pretty happy with themselves.
Hey, how come you didn't acknowledge Bigatron right behind there, shutting down 2 Falcon teams back to back?
That's normal. I think that's normal. It doesn't even need to be mentioned anymore. You see, 8? Okay, you know where those 8 came from.
I think all the elimination points today came off of Team Falcons. Poor Falcons haven't been able to recover.
More. Yeah, and again, look at this. Bigatron just constantly harassing this team. Just never ends.
Okay, it's ending. They're backing away. Slowly.
I don't know. I'm seeing Hua coming in. I think Hua might be bullied by Falcons here in a minute.
Let's see who's the luckier one. Circle number 2 doesn't really hurt, but not too far away from the third one. Hua getting caught. Death out in the open. Poppy trying to lay a little bit of defensive fire here for the rest of the squad members to kind of get away. Poppy does exactly that. Revival point closing as well, but then again, we don't need to know. Nobody's used that since like 3 years ago.
I don't think yeah, it's been a very long time. But also at the same time, really nice gatekeeping there to prevent them from coming in. Meanwhile, though, WAG getting an elimination themselves. But look at this, though. EVOS, they hear something. They want to stick their nose into someone else's business.
And Xbox says stick it somewhere else. He gets a snipe from afar. Onyx already down by 1 player. WAG has a little bit of extra breathing space. Diamond finding Zyru out in the open as well. Onyx Olympus in a little bit of a sticky situation up against Twisted Minds. So let's see exactly which Indonesian squad gets to this next circle.
It could be all of them at this rate. With how well this region has been doing in the competition today, they have just been on fire altogether. Speaking of Falcons, bringing back another player, but looks like God of Wolf actually now causing some issues for Falcons.
As long as Falcons continuously get tortured by team after team out there on the battlefield, Bigatron Delta will be very proud of themselves because they have been the catalyst for all of that torture. They are always injuring the squad so early in the game, not allowing them to pick up on a lot of the loot. Speaking of not allowing Twisted Minds, not allowing Onyx Olympus to get many of those revives, but still one was brought right back in, so the team still survives. In fact, 12 teams still out there.
I can't believe we have 12 teams and we are at the 11-minute mark on Bermuda. AJ, Bermuda. This is not supposed to happen on this map. It is too small to accommodate 12 teams, but I guess there's enough real estate now, even at the 3rd circle. But God of Wolf, though, looking pretty weak now because they're only left with Dian. Falcons, in the meantime, they still have 3 players remaining, but they're outside the circle, and look who they're going to run into. Oh my gosh, I just don't see them making it in.
Yeah, it's starting to hurt this circle, and in a little bit, it's going to hurt a little bit extra as well. Twisted Minds outside the circle. Onyx Olympus could just stick their noses where it doesn't belong and disrupt this battle. But we don't even need to wait for that. Twisted Minds takes a longer rotation, tanking the blue damage as they put themselves right behind teams like Bigatron Delta. This is going to be a little difficult.
It's going to be pretty difficult. We do get our first elimination, though, so God of Wolf going to be the first team knocked out in our final game today. And Onyx, they are trying to recoup, but look at this, though. Bigatron running into Hua, and actually numbers advantage. Looks like it's going to be in favor of Hua, but we know Bigatron, this is a team that loves to fight. They just got to make sure that their shots land.
Expands out. Twisted Minds continues hunting down the Falcon players who made a long rotation in. Hua up against Bigatron Delta. On the other hand, the Vietnamese squad has hunkered down, waiting patiently for the circle to either move or someone else to interfere, and they've got their prayers answered. That's from up above, and now the Riptide Rhythm, but it's being sent to the wrong team. Bigatron Delta having to fall behind gives Hua some breathing space.
Giving Hua some breathing space, but who doesn't have breathing space was Falcons. They managed to drive on past with a vehicle, but ran right into RRQ. RRQ. And now look at this positioning for RRQ, ready to come in and basically backstab whoever is left on that low ground. And it's Bigatron. We're now down to 2 players remaining. And with the blue zone coming in as well, they're going to take serious damage. And that's going to be it for Bigatron, ending in the round here. But Hua, they still have players remaining. And knowing RRQ, they definitely want to add those bodies to their elimination score.
RRQ, the biggest winners between that engagement. Twisted Minds have been eliminated. Hua has been damaged. And there's just absolutely nothing Bigatron can do in the shape that they are in right now. They need to look for a vending machine, one that is just not available. RRQ still outside the circle, but they're just biding their time, waiting for Toda to make the first move.
Oh, Todak, they're just hiding behind that watchtower as well. So this is a really awkward spot for this team to be in because they can't afford to be stuck there either. But look at this though, just coming in, grabbing those free players. Hua, thinking they had some breathing room, but not this time, Yanbin. Gonna be sent back to outer space.
That's now with the grenade, hooks it up clean for Heavy to eat up, and now the glue wall melters come through as well. RRQ has got the full right-hand side compound free for the time being before Team Toda backstab step. Riptide Rhythm from Toda crashing down the defenses of Ma'al. Now the sniper of the squad has to fall back from the back lines. He's now put on the front lines up against the Malaysian squad.
Oh, Evos looking to be in trouble as well. WAG just converging onto A-Bax. There's not really much he can do all by himself. Evos now down to what seems to be their last player. Aim God having to try and play that game of survival, but he's just going to get sniped up. And that's going to be it for this team. 7th place. WAG with 12 eliminations. On the other side, though, Todak, they're being attacked by RRQ, and they need to get out of this because if they don't, RRQ one step closer to maybe getting another booyah.
Yeah, big risk play here for RRQ. Zen now getting tagged out from outside the circle, but it is RRQ, one after the other, getting those knocks for the squad and just bagging the whole team of Toda.
Oh my gosh, they have 15 eliminations and it's not going to end there. But hang on a minute though, they do have a little bit of room to breathe because have a look up top. Multiple teams with just a few players remaining are here. Easy pickings for RRQ to add to their scoreline. 17 eliminations. We're down to our last 2 teams. It's RRQ versus WAG.
16 eliminations is the most RRQ has picked up thus far. They've already outdone themselves. All they need is a booyah to add. And what a beautiful bottle goal to beam themselves to the right-hand side, engaging with the sole survivor. X4, Riptide Rhythm from X4 as he backs away the attack from the left-hand side from the rest of WAG as well. This is a 4v4. The win rate here, 51% on the side of RRQ, and they are all clumped up together. X4 is still alive, all on his own. Cluster will not find the connection just yet.
Oh, RRQ, they're grouped up, whereas WAG, they have gone for the split. And RRQ, already one player on the ground. Is this going to be the time for WAG to get the booyah? It looks like it might be the case.
WAG with a huge denial. Now Dutch Trogon in hand, but it is all over, buddy. In a 4v1, the Vietnamese squad will crush Dutch and his hopes for the 5 beautiful booyahs back to back. Vietnam says we are still in this, baby.
And that was a beautiful play for WAG as well because they decided to take the risky move of splitting their team up. And interestingly enough, I don't know about you, AJ, but RRQ, they decided to stay together as a team. Do you feel like they did that because maybe they ran out of blue walls? I would have thought this team would have tried to go for a split themselves.
The very first booyah for WAG picked up in this competition, and whether or not it was a solid decision to not split up, I think they had their heads together there on that play. Final circle, the worst thing that you want to happen out there is to have one player drop, nobody gets to pick him up, and then you get outnumbered. Of course, there are a few situations that could really bring chaos to clumping up together in the final circle. Grenades, which they clearly knew WAG had none of, because if they had, they would have been tossing it out a tad bit earlier in that engagement. So very fast maneuvering by RRQ, but it came down to the gunfights, which WAG outmaneuvered them with.
Yeah, the gunfights, positioning. For all we know, it could have been the macro as well. Would have loved to see the inventories for some of these players before going into that final engagement, but maybe this map is cursed, you know? RRQ, they can win on every other map. It's just Bermuda, this is just not the one for them.
No, ma'am. Don't speak too early. They've got many more Bermudas.
They had 2 cracks.
a
They had
booyah
2
at.
cracks on their best day, sir. 2 cracks.
But here's
None
what
cracked.
they did have. Maybe not Bermuda, but they set a humble record of 100 to hit. And yes, that is a record from their own mind because they've only hit 94 and 91 points on the first and second day of play. But remember what I said, 100 points is way too humble for RRQ. If I was them, I would aim for the stars. And that's actually what they did. They aimed for the stars. You want to hit 130 and above. This team has secured 151 points across the whole day of play. So yes, WAG, yes, Vietnam, you've got the final booyah to ruin the Indonesian celebration, but it is still a day for RRQ.
And that's the highest scoreline RRQ has scored up until this point. Has anyone
That's the
scored any
highest.
more?
No,
It's
that's
the highest, right?
in the whole competition. Nobody has picked up 151 points thus far.
So now there's a new goal for all of our competitors to try and break that scoreline, which 150, it's definitely up there. But I think for certain teams, it is absolutely reachable and heck, even breakable, I feel.
I mean, RRQ scored a total of 185 across 2 days of play last week. And in a single day, 151, that in itself shows the tenacity of the Indonesian squad. And I think a little bit above that, it really shows what they were capable of last week. And when they did not have the very best, they unleashed their true potential on week 2. And my, oh my, what a beauty it was today.
Yeah. You know what? I'm actually looking forward to having our interview because this is not an RRQ interview. I love hearing what the teams have to say. And it's WAG as well. So I think we're going to have some pretty interesting answers because we know who's going to be doing that interview.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Miss Yun Sol, the one always with the best questions out there that any host can throw at the players. But you know, it was a beautiful rotation coming through from RRQ, circle after circle, picking up elimination after elimination. And it's not like they had easy entries into circles, right? They had some pretty difficult fights and they just survived through all of that chaos except the very last one against WAG.
Yeah, it was just that last one, right?
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, the team ultimately knew that even though they don't win this, it kind of doesn't matter, right? They're not in a position where they're backed into a corner. They have to have these points. They've basically gotten all that they've wanted. But speaking of that, though, we do need to celebrate for our winners, right? WAG securing our final booyah of the day on Bermuda, our random map. We're just having that prepared very quickly. But WAG, okay, do we feel like they performed how they should be today?
Yes! This was the recovery gameplay for WAG. But you know what? Let's hear more from Yun Sol as well as the players selected for this interview. We'll be back with you guys with our opinions in a bit.
Our very first booyah for Vietnam teams. And hello, I'm Yun Sol. And right next to me is our newest member of WAG. Please welcome WAG Export. Xin chào Export, thì bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào mọi người fan quá ạ.
Có rung không?
Dạ có ạ. Rung.
He's a little bit shaky. Let's move into our first questions. So, as the new member of WAG and you were from Tier B up to Tier A of this tournament, how do you feel about this tournament? Thì xin chào Export, đối với một thành viên được nâng cấp từ Tier B lên Tier A thì hiện tại Export đang cảm thấy thế nào trong giải đấu hiện tại ạ?
Em cảm thấy khá là rung khi mà được lên tới cái môi trường chuyên nghiệp này.
So sorry about that, guys. I mean, we would love to bring you guys the interview segment, but unfortunately, some audio technical issues. We're going to try to sort that out in the background, but very, very evidently, this was a huge one for WAG, right? You asked me whether or not we expected this sort of performance. Yes. WAG, one of those mid-card teams, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's a day where they could pick up massive number of points for themselves, and it wasn't crazy, but for WAG as a squad, it was a very, very good day of performance.
Very good day. Is this what we're going to be expecting for the team moving forward?
No.
Or do we think that we could be seeing a little bit more? Who knows, right? Sometimes it just, you have to have that day of awakening, right? Like that moment where your team is just like, I've had that dream, that epiphany. I see my future, and then all of a sudden, this team just kind of explode. I feel like this could be the start of something new for WAG because they're super fun to watch if they're allowed to play their game.
That usually happens in an anime, you know, when the character reaches a certain level, he
yeah,
breaks
we're in
and
Asia. Everyone has plot armor.
Goes up to the next level. This is Free Fire. This is real life. This is esports. This is a great day for WAG. Consistency-wise, they're just not there yet in terms of really, you know, contemplating exactly how they're going to be able to achieve this week after week. I think it's fun. Enjoy it whilst you're there. It's like expecting Hua Esports to bring the exact same fire in week 1. I mean, they were ranked the 3rd Vietnamese squad today throughout the whole day of play. 42 points across 6 games. They scored barely 10 points in each and every single one. And, you know, WAG is just picking up the flag of Vietnam instead and saying, you know what, we'll go ahead with this. GOW backing them up as well. So I really love this, right? Heavy couldn't get the job done this time around. Hua couldn't do it, but you still have other Vietnamese squad really out there to show that the region is not to be underestimated. And I think that's the most important thing.
So obviously we finished all of our 6 matches for today, and obviously for groups it was B versus C. So this grouping is now officially done. These groupings, they still have one more group to play. So we have A and C and A and B. There we go. Yes, I remembered. So how much of a change are we going to be seeing for some of these teams? Because obviously with group changes, they're going to be introducing new teams into groups. Some of the top dogs are going to be removed. And for everybody, they got to deal with Buriram. Okay, that's one of the first major obstacles. But it's not just Buriram. They've actually got some other very big teams in the groups as well. But I'm going to bring them up because they are consistently on top, especially even in the group stages. I don't know why they try hard the group stages. They got to chill a little bit. But the introduction of Buriram and Co. Are these teams going to be feeling worse? Is this actually the group of death?
Pretty difficult to say that, you know, this is the group of death. You do have a lot of teams out there, you know, constantly just trying to outperform each other. But what really matters is at the end of the day, do you hit your own personal objective out there? Because it's not just all about the comparison of your own performance up against the other squad. It's about you yourself as a squad. Do you perform better than the previous day? Do you perform better than the previous week? And it looks like WAG can pat themselves on the back because this has been a phenomenal performance for day 3. The most points WAG has picked up thus far in a day of play is 67. The day 2 was 53. So obviously managing to walk away with 86 points today is a fantastic achievement for this Vietnamese team.
I guess the question I'm kind of asking, right, is that can you score those points knowing that Buriram and AG Global are running around? Because we know these guys are pretty monstrous and tend to hog the points for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, then again, we may be able to say that Falcons are known as point hoggers. Twisted Minds can do that. Hua at one point in week 1 were hogging the points. But, you know, consistency is going to be a little mind-blowing in terms of what it can do to us out there on the battlefield. And Buriram, they didn't blow any minds last week, so it's still wide open.
Still wide open. I mean, we've seen in the past with Buriram, you know, they have the slow week 1, then after that, that's when they start to like try hard everything, and everyone's like, oh dang it, we should have gotten our points on week 1. Who knows? I mean, it's up to Buriram how they kind of want to approach the tournament. But again, like this team is also in a safe spot, right? They kind of don't have to try hard. They can just stay stable, stay in that top cut so that you make it out of knockouts, and then that's when you really blow up when it comes to the playoffs and the finals, really.
Elimination leader. WAG having 2 of their players climb up onto the leaderboard here. Yeah.
I mean, we saw them play fantastically in that last round. Just really going... How many eliminations did they end with? 17?
I will have to wait to look at the leaderboard once again, but
it was a lot.
It was enough. It was enough to boost them up the leaderboard for sure. I mean, look at X-Ball, 6,078 damage. That's insane out of a sniper.
insane out of a sniper, and just the number of teams that they intercepted going into that final circle as well. I think they had a war just making it into that final circle, and then eventually reaching the quote-unquote boss, I suppose, which was RRQ.
I can answer your question. It was 18 eliminations, and that
18?
officially sets the record for the highest points picked up in a day. Look, WAG didn't show up all that too many times, but when they showed up with the most number of points. Even RRQ, the maximum number of points they hit in a match was 28. So this was a huge game for WAG.
I mean, it sounds like it's a big day for everybody because we're getting records broken left, right, and center.
Oh, yeah.
So, expectations, what's going to happen for the rest of the weekend? Do we get any more records being broken on Saturday and Sunday? We'll have to find out. But MVP leaders, okay? We saw so much Mal today, it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
I mean, the team got 4 back-to-back booyahs, so I don't think anyone is going to be surprised. But Diamond, okay, Diamond is one. He really wants to chase that, right? You really want to chase that MVP award.
I mean, Ma'al has just been so impressive in today's day of play. Everybody else picked up their MVP titles across 3 days of play. Ma'al did it in one single run. So that is super impressive. Good luck to the guy. But once again, the record for the day, 28 points held by RRQ, has been broken by WAG on this final round, getting 18 eliminations, way more than what RRQ could afford from the other games when they hit that booyah. But RRQ was right there hot on their heels, 26 points, a massive day for them as well.
Okay, I know we've given a lot of spotlight to our top performing teams today, AJ, but I think we also need to kind of mention the teams that really didn't get the points that they were looking for, right? Because
they're already suffering though. Why would you do that?
I know they're already suffering, but I guess it's more just to point out, like, what is the overall goal for these teams towards the bottom? Like, who needs to step up for the remaining play days, especially for this week, because they've obviously played their first round of matches.
I am not picking on names here. It'll just be too mean. Some teams really suffered at the bottom today. Yeah, I think the overall leaderboard kind of speaks as to who was suffering out there. So we will kind of leave that to their own accord. Let's fingers crossed we get to speak of them when they do perform out there.
Thanks, AJ. Well, I guess I'll do it for you. The Malaysians really struggled today.
Why
to be
would
fair,
you?
We have to, right? I think it's more so just to kind of motivate them and be like, you know, today was a tough day. The groups are really tough. The Indonesians are very brutal, but still got to try and grab those points. And I still think you're within a reasonable, like, it's a reasonable goal to still be able to make it to top 12. It's just trying to find that week, trying to find that groove as quickly as possible to try and get those points.
Yeah, I mean, I have got very low expectations for Malaysia because your number one squad has just had a massive roster shuffle. So it not just a shuffle, a huge roster revamp. They have lost their key players. One of their key rushers, or as well as snipers in the past, is now with Team Vamos trying to sneak away their top squad. So, you know, it's not going to be a great run for Malaysia in the grand scheme of things here at FFWS SEA 4. But fingers crossed they do find some of those improvements through this competition and show up stronger. I mean, if any of the Malaysian teams not just make it to the grand finals but do well there, I will really be shocked because of the massive changes that they have had to face in the recent months.
Well, let's hope, let's pray to all of our Malaysian fans as well. Send them your support. I think that's the most important thing. As viewers, you guys have no idea how much power you have being their supporter, sending them those encouraging messages and saying, hey, I'm still supporting you through thick and thin. Sometimes they just need that little motivational spark to really kick things into gear. So please send your support, not just to the Malaysian teams, for anyone, whatever region you're supporting, send support to your favorite players. They love to hear it. You have no idea how much you mean to the players participating in the tournament.
Absolutely. And you guys mean a little bit more than that to us. Thank you so much for tuning in throughout the whole broadcast. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Danalit, and we are going to sign off from the day. But it's not the end for week 2. We have just started 2 more days. Same place, same time. We'll see you guys tomorrow.